right, we need a sec here still. For some water. All right. We're almost ready here. Almost ready. Now or never, right? Okay. I think we're good. Oh, one more thing. One more thing. This big old stack over here that I need to pull out. Okay. I think we're good now. All right. I just put that stack on the floor. And there we go. Hi guys. Hello. Happy Saturday. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to, it's been a month. It has been a month. Well, hasn't necessarily been it's been a month here since we've been doing a List With Me live. Some of you caught me several times this month also, right? 3 other times this month, but the 3 other times this month we were not listing. We were documenting our travels. Well, I was documenting my travels and some of you joined me. Hello friends, welcome. Happy Saturday. Happy to have you here. If we haven't met before, welcome, welcome. My name is Layle. I have a business called Layle by Mail. When I am not traveling, which has been a lot, it's sporadic and it's about ready to get a lot more sporadic, or frequent, maybe I should say. We are here on my YouTube channel on Saturday mornings doing what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days ahead of time, I publish a number of topics or listing prompts on my website at laylebymail.com on the blog. Also send out an email blast. That email blast has all the information that you need for what we're doing here today. So today we have 3 lists planned. And when we're doing our creative listing, it's a little bit of different documenting than you may have done in the past. Typically, when we are trying to write or journal or document our lives or, whatever format you decide to do that in, a lot of times we get a little bit stuck and a little bit stumped because we feel like we have to be Ernest Hemingway. And when we do our creative listing, we don't, because we're just basically making a list, right? We can all make a list. We've all been making lists our whole lives. So something that's not necessarily foreign to us, but makes it super easy. But we also play at the same time. So we play, we're using stamps and stickers and dies and all different kinds of things. So welcome to you. Nice to have you here. If you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. I'd love it if you want to pop in the chat and say hello. Let us know what the temperature's like where you are, right? Hello, like middle of summer, right? Tell us your name, where you're from, what the temperature's like, or just even say hi. Even if you're somebody that normally lurks and doesn't maybe pop in and say hi, just say hi today, right? Just say hi. What do you have to lose? If you are watching the replay, welcome to you. Although you cannot participate in the live chat, you can still kind of watch it as it happened if you'd like. If you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. I would love it if you would pop in, leave a comment so we know you're here or we're here. Either way, if you would thumbs up the video, that is very, very much appreciated. One of the easiest ways that you can support a content creator that you're watching, right? Thumbs up, easy thumbs up. All right, friends, so I'm going to check out the chat. We'll see who's here, and then we're going to dive in because we have a lot to do today, and I have a little bit of a time limit. So we'll get there. We're going to get it all done, but there was something I was going to try to do ahead of time that I didn't get done. That's okay. It'll be fine. All right, friends, so let's take a look and see who is here. Hello, Carrie Meredith. Carrie, I will see you next weekend, won't I? Will I? I think so. I hope. Carrie said, good morning. Happy listing Saturday. Hello, Joanne Creates. Carrie asked who watched me on the road. We had a lot of fun. Oh my gosh, so much fun. I did a prep video before I left. We did a live. I was documenting on the trip. My husband, Nick, and I went on a 2-week trip in our RV. We hit up 4 national parks on that trip. We did a lot of, well, I shouldn't say we did. He did a lot of driving, about 26 hours total. And I still have to add up all the miles. But, well, actually, I don't even have to do that because he took a photo of the, triptych or whatever on in Harvey. So, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of fun. But I did a prep, kind of get ready with me before I go. And I get ready with me before I go. It wasn't like packing and things like that. It was get ready with me as I prep my traveler's notebook to work on while I'm on the trip. And then I did 2 lives from Harvey. One of them was document with me, so show you kind of what I do, and actually did it live when I am documenting a trip on the road. And when I mean on the road can mean on the road, like physically on the road, like in Harvey, or whether you're flying or, walking or biking or on a boat, ship, whatever it is. And then the third one that we did, the third live, was a junk journal with me live. One of my favorite ways to document my trips, junk journaling. So those of you that joined me, thank you for joining me. It was a lot of fun. Had a couple technical difficulties, but you know what? It's or sometimes in Harvey in the middle of nowhere with the Starlink, you get what you get. And anyhow, it was all good, lots of fun. But if you haven't watched that, you can find those here on my YouTube channel. Thanks for bringing that up, Carrie. Let's see. She said, how fun was it to come along on her adventures? And they were actually at the coast at the same time. How crazy would that have been, right? I also, after the fact, someone commented on one of the videos that she lived in a spot in Oregon, maybe 5 minutes from where we were. So that would have been totally bizarre, just like running into somebody on the street, right? It's happened a couple times, but that would be cool. Hello, Cindy with the Purple Hearts. Nice to see you. Hello, Amy. Nice to have you hang out with us. Amy celebrated a very special anniversary. She had celebrated her 38th wedding anniversary earlier this week, which is amazing. So congratulations again, Amy. That is something absolutely to be admired, very much admired. But if you don't know Amy, Amy is my right hand. She helps with all the things. I always joke she keeps the wheels on the bus. Even when we're driving down the freeway at 112 miles an hour, she still keeps the wheels on the bus. So she works with all of our suppliers, all the factories and all that, and is just an integral part of the business. And sometimes she joins us on Saturdays, and I love it when she does, and she will be helping to moderate. So if you have questions that I missed, watch for those answers from her in the chat, but also she will be linking to products that I use. So in the description box of the video, there is also a link to the products I am using on today's session. I don't even know what I was thinking yesterday or Thursday when I put everything together. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot a whole bunch of things. So they've been at it. So welcome, Amy. Thanks for joining us. Stay cool. Amy's Arizona, so usually very hot. Utah these days seems to be rivaling Arizona heat, which not good for us. That's not like a race that we want to win. You know, we don't want to be better in the heat category. Now, maybe in the wintertime we'd like to be better in the heat category, but not in the summertime. Hello, CT Grammy from Connecticut. You loved watching Layle on the road. You travel in something even smaller, a van camper, and you lived in it full time. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. I tell you what, after 2 weeks, it's like, okay, ready to amazing time. And Harvey is amazing, our little RV, but yeah, I was ready to unpack and get back into, life and a regular house. Not a regular house, but you know what I mean. So like all of the admiration for you for living in a camper van. That is very impressive. Fun. Hello, Kelly from steamy Minnesota. Oh, humid, right? Yeah, you have a lot of lakes there. That happens. Hello, Paul and Shane, Ms. L. Yes, Amy was saying you have to be very specific. You have to be very conscious of what you are allowing in your camper. And I mean, unless you have a giant size A tour bus, even we have to be conscious of that because you can only have so much weight in there, especially when you're towing a little tiny Jeep. You have to be really careful about weight limits and things like that. But it kind of worked really well into my whole documenting on the road because even if you were driving or even if you were in an RV or something like that, you can't take it all with you, right? And so sometimes it helps to be constrained by space because you can't take it all with you. You have to be really thoughtful about what you're taking. 100%. Hello, Mary. Mary said, steamy in Augusta. She thought it was going to rain, but nope, you've got sun. I don't know. So we've had really weird weather here while we were gone. It was 109 here in Salt Lake City, and that's hot, right? It's hot, but we're a dry heat. So even though it's hot, I know it's nothing like you folks have towards the middle of the United States and the East Coast. And Canada, right? And then, of course, you're all over the world, right? We just don't really experience humidity. So earlier this week, it was raining and it was very hot. And I was in Home Goods and I came out and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I just like that heat and that humidity, just like I slammed into it like a wall. So not used to that, right? So I have very much respect for those of you that deal with heat and humidity. My hair does not like humidity at all. It's not used to it. Hello, Marianne. Nice to see you. She loved the travel series too, right? I see a little cup of coffee there. I love it. Roasty Toasty, Arizona. Mary also loved the road trips, lives. They have a big camper. You lived in it for about 9 months while you finished building your house. Oh, that's perfect. Although 2 teenagers and 4 dogs, that's a lot, right? That's a confined space. Hello, Miss Wanda. Hello, Sarah Boss. Heat spell in West LA. Yeah. So, Grammy, you had two of you and two dogs in your camper van. That is, you guys just, yeah, you're way better people than me. I would have probably wrangled someone's neck at some point, right? Because that's what happens. Tight corners. But hello, Becky. Talk about another integral part of the team. Say hi to Becky Moore if you don't know Becky. Becky's my incredibly talented, I should say, can credit incredibly talented graphic designer. So if you like what we've been doing, then a lot of that credit goes to Becky. Well, it's a team, right? It's a team. It's a team. You can't take one part out, but yeah, if we took the Becky part out, no. So thanks for joining us, Becky. Always fun to have you here. Hello, Susan Scally, Sherry Bristol from Colorado Springs. Hello, Brenda. Da, 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 da. Hello, Maritza. Nice to see you. Patty Hagerty, Sarah Cope, Kathy Gucci from Arizona, Debbie Flanagan. Hello from warm Las Vegas. Cheryl Harris from Stratford, Virginia. Hello, Martine, our friend from the Netherlands. Nice to have you join us this evening for you. Hello, Becky Sauls. So Sarah said, Layle, I love that sweater, but it's making me sweat. It's so warm where I am. Thank you. Yeah, it's a short sleeve, right? Short sleeve. And it's not like wool. I mean, it is a little, heavier than like a t-shirt, but it's good. I gotta I gotta make sure I change things up because all you guys ever see is like here up. So I gotta make sure that here up is something to look at besides here. Oh yeah. Hello, Dawn. Just watching today while she's sorting and organizing her craft supplies, her craft room, including all of her Layle stamps and dice. I love that. There's something about, I don't know, organizing and reorganizing and sorting and labeling and all of that. I think a lot of us love that. And it's always funny when somebody says, well, I want to know how you organize things. And I'm like, well, what day? Because it changes all the time, right? And that's because the way we use things changes, right? It's kind of like your kitchen. Sometimes you need to move things around in your drawers or in your cabinets because the way that you use things changes. But it's not as fun. Reorganizing your kitchen for me, or your pantry, not as much fun as reorganizing all of this stuff, right? At least that's what I think. Hello, Sandy's. Nancy from New York. Jay McCrane, she is watching from work. Wish you could be listening, but you know what? You're watching us, so I love that you're hanging out with us, right? You can list later. You can kind of keep some mental notes or write some notes down and list later. Maritza, yes, thumbs up. Thank you. Justine, hello, hello. Carrie said it's gorgeous in Oregon. It's gorgeous every day in Oregon, Carrie. Let's be honest. That would be, I used to think that I don't know. If I had all the money in the world, I'd have houses in lots of different places. Or I just have really special places that I could fly to. I wouldn't even have to own them. But San Diego's always been my list, especially Coronado Island, but now Oregon coast. Just give me a spot on the Oregon coast and I would love it. I'd love it. Hello, Melissa from Fishers, Indiana. It's cool, 73 degrees there. You might be the winner today. 113, Amy said, in Gilbert, Arizona today. Hello, Miss Tabitha. Tabitha, I have to tell you, I won't tell you all what it is, but Tabitha had emailed us a couple of months ago and said, hey, I have an idea for a product, specifically a dye, and this is how I've been making it work with what I have, and I think it'd be really cool if you guys did this. And so we did. And we just received our samples. Amy just received the samples and they worked great. So in production, Tabitha, so they're coming. Remind me when we get them to send you a set, okay? Because it's a fantastic idea. But yeah, on the way. So many fun things on the way, you guys. So many fun things. I'll tell you the name of one thing if you want to know. Should I tell you? We'll see if you can guess what it is. It's called Out of Print. It's called Out of Print. There are 5 things associated with Out of Print, and I can't wait for you guys to see them. A couple of months. But I think you guys are gonna love them. Out of Print. I just got to throw a couple nuggets. Just throwing a little couple of nuggets out there to keep you excited. Kathy, 119 in Glendale. Oh my goodness, you guys, that's crazy. Oh good, Carrie, I can't wait to see you. I know it feels like we've already met before. Vikash, hello. She said she ditched the second half of her errands to make it back in time. Well, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I love that. I love that. Hello, Sandra from Colonial Beach. Debbie, hi, my friend Debbie. I will get to see you next week. Oh, I love you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I can't wait. Next weekend, we are not listing next weekend because I will be in a suburb of Spokane, Washington called Cheney at the Three Craft Chicks summer camp at Lake Lottawashi event. And so I'll see some of you there and I can't wait. But for those of you I won't see there, just know we won't be listing next Saturday. Hello, Tina Goodman. Virginia, the lives from the parks. Yeah, we had a lot of fun doing that. Hello, Sarah Cope. She's working on her Summer Daily album today and then going to see the Odyssey. Oh, you guys, I will tell you, this is just life sometimes, right? My December Daily has been done since mid-January. Like for 2025, it's been done since mid-January. I just haven't filmed it yet. So when I get back in August, I will film it because guess what? The end of August is when the next year, the 2026 December documented mini book project kit will go up for pre-sale along with our new holiday collection, Holidays. So I better get that filmed and out there because some of you are going to be like, yeah, no, you didn't finish yours last year. And I'll be like, yeah, I did mid-January. And then I just haven't filmed it. Anyhow, you know life, right? We know how it goes. We know how life goes. Yes, congratulations to Amy and Mike on their anniversary. Carrie's working on getting her stuff packed up for the retreat next weekend. I love that. Virginia has a roof repairman coming, but she told him she has an important class. And what repairman doesn't have a letter? Oh, good. Well, oh yeah. Sometimes you're like, what do you mean you didn't bring that kind of? You are working on the roof and you didn't bring a ladder? Well, how do you do that, right? Oh yeah. All right. Hello. We're almost through it all. Hello, Tracy's Footprints. Nice to see you. Weather's perfect in Pittsburgh. Hotter than blazes in Texas for Sandy. Bandy has been watching On the Road documenting. You loved it. What's the Stammy? The chamois. Chamois, you'll see me use that today. That is the stamp chamois. Amy, if you want, there it is. Amy, if you want to pop that link in the description or in the chat, that'd be awesome. Thank you. And you'll also find it on my website. It's Stamp Chamois. But it's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome. All right. Hair hates humidity. Yeah, right there with you. Hello, Louisa. I just want to say hi to everybody. Then we'll go. And hello, Kelly Golden. Nice to see you. Dee Miller. Virginia. Kathy. Hello, Kathy. Tammy from Ontario. Becky said she's dying in triple digits up there in normally cool Montana. It's everywhere, right? It is everywhere. Create Make Today. Hello. Patty's starting her first travel journal today. She finally watched the travel series and found it so inspiring. I love that. You guys, hopefully you know this about me. Travel is very near and dear to my heart. It has been since I was a little tiny tyke. I got my first passport when I was 4. And so traveling has always been a part of my life. And now Nick and I are to the point in our lives where we have saved and we make travel a priority. And so you continue to see lots of travel stuff from me. And when I can take you with me, I do, because then it's twice the fun. You're so sweet, Kelly. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys haven't been with me for a while, once we moved to the warehouse, we moved my business out of our home into a warehouse. And that was a huge undertaking, but so happy that happened in March. We just finished our basement. Now, our basement was fully finished before, but after having my business being down here in a good portion of the basement, a lot of wear and tear. So we had the floors redone down here. We bought new furniture down here, and we are having a group of friends over tonight, 3 other couples. So it's all ready to go, which I'm so excited. Well, Nick has a little bit more painting to do on the ceiling, but it's fine. So I moved, long story short, moved all of my filming from upstairs down in the basement. So my little filming studio here. So now that's why it looks a little bit different. Well, it actually looks quite a bit different. Carrie, she's doing a favorite road trip snacks list. Oh, you guys. So I will, sometime in August, I will do I don't know, maybe I'll do a live. Maybe we should have one more live to wrap up the series where I show you how my traveler's notebooks that I did work on the road, how they wound up, and the different lists that I kept because I need to add one of those. Snacks on the road. Protein pretzels, Twizzlers. No, not Twizzlers. Red Vines. No. That's like you either love candy corn or you hate it. You're either a Twizzlers fan or a Red Vine fan. Red Vines all the way. Nerds gummy clusters, but only the blue, not the red, just the blue kind. Gosh, what else? Oh, any kind of beef jerky or something like that, so you can get some protein in there to counteract all of the sugar. But I love that idea, a road trip snack list. I also kept a list of the different apps that we use while we're traveling. I'll have to show you because anyhow, I'll just show you guys. But I love that. I'm going to add that. I'm going to add that to my list for that. Carrie, great idea. Kathy's putting finishing touches on a baby flip album for her friend's newborn. Oh, how fun. Very, very fun. Hello, Kathy from Southern California, 73 and overcast. Virginia, clean the chamois, just run underwater. Yep. That's what the manufacturer says. Just run underwater. You don't need to add any soap or anything. If you wanted to add a little bit of soap, you could, but just run it underwater. Oh, the little ceramic buildings. I have lots of these in all different parts of my house. I love them. But good morning, Mary Pat. And Becky just restocked her blue gummy clusters. I know, right? The Nerds clusters. Yeah, those go fast. I also learned, because I bought a big, giant family-sized bag, because we're going to be gone for 2 weeks, right? And I thought, knowing both Nick and I, that would probably be gone in 2 days. So I decided I was going to pre-portion them out ahead of time in little baggies. And I learned that a portion is, I think, maybe 9 or 10. I can't remember. Not very many. Way more. I eat way more in a sitting than one portion size. So I also portioned out in servings the red vines, because also a serving of red vines is 3. I never eat 3. I eat way more than 3. So to trick my head, you know what I did? I took 3 and then I cut them into thirds. So it seemed like 9. The things that we'll tell ourselves. So my serving was 9 pieces, even though they were shorter. The things that we do, right? Things that we do. All right. Yeah, there's the portion and then realistic. It's just like with wine. They say a serving of wine is, I don't know, like 4 ounces or something. And I pour 4 ounces in a glass. And I don't ever pour 4 ounces in a glass. It's typically much more than that. Anyhow, all right, let's do this, friends. Let's go ahead and rotate the camera. Ooh, yeah, let's rotate the camera. And then I will plug us in, and then we will plug along. How about that? We'll plug in and plug along. Okay. Okie dokies. Let's get us now powered up here. Powered up. So probably, let's say maybe September. We're going to hope for September. It has to make it before the year mark. I have had all new filming equipment in this room. I bought it back in November of 2025, and still not using it yet because there's a little bit of a learning curve that I have to figure out. And so my commitment to all of us, including myself, is that we are going to have all the new. It'll be so much less clunky, and it'll just be amazing when we get there, but not there yet. A serving of wine is a bottle. Right, exactly, right? Have you ever tried to put a cork back in? It doesn't work very well. That must be a bottle. Virginia, tramadol for pain. I'm so sorry. I hope that helps you manage it, because that's no fun. It's no fun to be in pain. Oh, we need a traveler's notebook. Where's our listing notebook? Oh, good. Here it is. All right. So let's take a look at what we did when we were together last. When we were listing last, right? It has been... You guys, the last time we were listing was the 27th of June. It's been a month. It has been a month, and that's not ideal in my book. I don't like that. I don't like for us to go so long, but life, right? All right, so our list when we were together last. Did we do 4? We did 4. All right. First one was favorite 80s movies. A couple weeks before that, we had done favorite 80s music. And so it just made sense to do favorite 80s movies. We used in both of those lists a collection from Simple Stories called, what was that called? Totally, hang on. It is called Totally 80s. Well, that makes sense. Collection from Simple Stories called Totally 80s. And with both of these lists, what we talked about, and this is fairly common when we do our list topics, some of you, 80s may not be your thing. Maybe it was 70s. Maybe you're like, whoa, lady, you're old. Mine's 2000s. Whatever it is, you can tweak what we do to make it work for you. So maybe it could be the favorite books from the 80s, your favorite authors, your favorite Broadway plays or shows, whatever it is, fill in the blank if movies aren't your thing, or change the decade if the decade isn't your thing. Or even you could make it a year. So your favorite movies from 2026, your favorite music from 2025, whatever it may be. I ended up going after the fact. Hi, honey.
Everything going okay?
Yes, all good. Will you bring me another one of those?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna take a quick hydration break, friends.
You need it right now, or can I go do a couple other things and come back?
Couple other things, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you guys, I just remembered. I gotta add something to my glimmers list. Reggie, the cat. So we were gone for 2 weeks. We got back last Saturday, kind of afternoon, and on Sunday, so we weren't even home for 24 hours. We had to basically tear apart our bedroom, take everything out of our bedroom because we were having LVF flooring put in there, and so everything had to come out. So poor Reggie, we're gone for 2 weeks. Now our son Sam did come, hang out with him, stay here while we were gone, like he does when we go out of town. But Reggie's whole world was turned upside down. Then we're home for a day, and then he usually sleeps in the room with us, our bedroom. So that was all out of sorts and skewampa. So all of those things were in our family room. So it's been kind of a crazy jungle here over the last week. You guys, since we've been home, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 nights in a row, Reggie has not bothered me at all in the middle of the night. So I wake up in the morning around 5:30 or 6 with just like a spring chicken. I'm so excited because he hasn't woken me up in the middle of the night. Now, you know what we have to do? I have to knock on wood because I probably just jinxed myself. Louisa, the Esprit sweatshirts at Costco. Yes, ma'am. And I picked up 2. And actually, Lily, that works for me because we were out of town. And I said, oh my gosh, Lily, would you go to Costco and get them for me? I put one of those on, those Esprit sweatshirts, the green one. And it made me so happy. Guess what? That's another glimmer. Esprit sweatshirts. So I've added just 2 more glimmers to my list. Reggie and Esprit sweatshirts. Okay. Virginia. Okay, hang on. You guys know I get so sidetracked. Virginia. Arthritis, bone on your meniscus. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's I hope that lends you some relief, Virginia. So sorry. Body pain is no fun. Definitely no fun. Okay, so that was the 80s movies. And we had so much fun when we do this like this. I love it because you guys are piping up in the chat telling me what your favorite 80s movies are and things like that. All right, next up, we did things I'm looking forward to this summer. Now look at this. Well, we did this end of June. Typically, we do a list like that earlier. We just didn't have time to get to it. So we get to it when we can, right? We get to it when we can. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. This, for those of you that are starting out listing, if you are kind of at a loss of where to start, there is a free class here on my YouTube channel about how to get started creative listing. But this type of list is a great one to start with. Things you're looking forward to. We typically do this list 6 times a year. Things I'm looking forward to this year. Things I'm looking forward to this spring, summer, winter, fall. And things I'm looking forward to this Christmas. So great, really easy list to just jump right in and start. So we used the all the things. What? No. What is that one called? Now I don't remember. All the things. It's not all the things. Oh, looking forward. Thank you. This was the new looking forward stamp set that we used. And then I also used some papers and die cuts from the spring summer season pass. We actually, I cut up my leftovers from what I had already used to do my traveler's notebook for the month of June. After June was over, I cut up the leftovers and then made my list. So things I'm looking forward to this summer. And then this one. This was a best of. A best of is another really easy list topic to just pull out of thin air. Best of. Best of last year. Best of a particular trip. This was best of our trip to southern Utah. You could have best of the holidays. You could have best of last month. You could have best of your friends, best of the meals that you cooked in the month of June, which for me would be none because I don't cook. But a best of is a really easy kind of list to use for anything that you would like. Kathy, they had 3 Esprit shirts. They had the blue one, the green one, and there was a cream one that had kind of different colored letters on it. All right, and that was a photo that I took. That is in Monument Valley in Arizona, kind of on the Utah-Arizona border. Beautiful place, just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So that was our 3rd list. And then our 4th list was about last month for the month of June, which is a list that we do every month to just kind of recap our month. And we will be doing about last month for the month of July when we are listing together next, which is August 8th. All right, friends, so there we go. Those are the 4 lists that we did when we were together last. Which takes us to our first list of today. I need to, for our first list, I am going to start out with, let's start out with glimmers. It's been a long time since we've done a glimmers list, friends. The last glimmers list that we did, which makes me sad, because I think it's important that we do our glimmers list. I think our last glimmers list was for May. It's not even in this one. It was for May. So I hope it was for May. It might have even been April. It's the one that had our little Punch the Monkey on it. Let me just look. Is it in this one? No. All right. Well, I won't look any further because then I won't know where it is. Anyhow, it's been a little while. Glimmers. So let's talk about what glimmers are. If that is a new term to you. Glimmers is a concept that I introduced to here on my YouTube channel. Where is it? Oh, this one. Back in December of 2024, my best friend, we've been friends for 40 years, Sherry, she and I were on a trip together, and one day we were talking, and she said, hey, have you heard about this concept of glimmers? And I hadn't. And so, if you are not familiar with that, glimmers are basically opposite of a trigger. So we all have things that trigger us, right? You're getting on the freeway and somebody won't let you in. That's a trigger. But a glimmer is the opposite about that. So things that brighten your day, like little sparks of joy or happiness or peace or gratitude. So for me, glimmers a lot of times have to do with nature, seeing a rainbow or seeing, I've named him. We have a hummingbird that comes back every year. I know it's the same one. His name is Howard. And every time I see Howard or a little hummingbird feeder, that's a little glimmer to me, right? It's just a little small moment, a little spark of joy that adds a little bit of a brightener to my day. One of the interesting things about glimmers is that once you train your mind to look for them, the more they appear. And that is key. I don't know about you guys, but I've never said to myself, you know what, I'm okay. No, I'm good. I don't need any more joy in my day. I'm kind of, my joy level is about 100%. So I don't have any more room for joy. Glimmers, just watch for them, notice them. And I promise you, it's something that will make your life a little brighter. So since December of 2024, we have done a glimmers list. So today, my glimmers list is going to be for the month of July. Now, on some of my glimmers lists, I like to use photos. And so if I pull out, hold please. Where is it? Where is it? That is interesting. I guess I'll pull it from back here. I'm pulling out the idea book from last year. This was our 4th idea book. So our idea books have all of the lists that we do in them, going back to March of 2020 is when we started doing our listings. So first idea book has the first 3 years, 2020, 2021, and 2022. The next one, 2023, the next one, 2024, and this one is 2025. So if I open up the idea book and I go to the table of contents and I look for glimmers, page 19 is where those glimmers start. You will see all of the glimmers lists that we did in 2025. Now, a lot of my glimmers lists will have a photo. And when they do have a photo, I like it to be kind of one big full-size photo. They're always photos that I take. So that's a photo of beach in Coronado. There's another one when I was walking at a retreat. This one, Oregon coast. This one, Hawaii. This one, South Africa. So, and it's probably about a 50-50 in terms of whether I am adding a photo or I'm not. It just depends if I have one. If I have one that speaks to me that I want to use, I use it. Otherwise, I just, kind of do my regular decorating. So, I am going to go back to, with this one, using a full-size photo. So this guy is a photo from our recent trip, a trip that Nick and I took where we did 4 national parks. That is a photo that I took. I think that's Diablo Lake, if I remember correctly. This is in Olympic National Park. Olympic National Park is in Washington State. Oh my goodness. It is freaking spectacular. And it is one of the lesser visited national parks. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's the location or what it is, but since we were up in that area, that was definitely on our list. So I edited the photo, sized it down so it would fit on a full page in my Traveler's Notebook insert. So this is roughly 5 by 8.25. This one I did not print on the Epson PictureMate PM400, obviously, because this is a larger photo. This is a 5 by 8.25 because that is the size of my Traveler's Notebook. I have an Epson XP 15,000 that I use for printing my large photos like that. All right, so trimmed it down. Now, usually when I am doing my list like this, it seems like on my glimmers, I usually, if I'm doing a full-size photo, I have the photo over here and my list over here. So might as well just keep with that. I need to grab a little bit different adhesive for part of this list. I'm telling you guys, if you are in that area, even a couple of hours away, get in your car or get in a car and go to Olympic National Park. Holy moly. The mountains there, they call it the Swiss Alps of the United States because the mountains, holy cow, really, and not that one, but very different than the mountains, at least we're used to seeing here in Utah, the Rocky Mountains. They're very craggly, so they're very like, they kind of remind me of the Sawtooth Mountains, if you know the Sawtooth Mountains. But they're really like spiky and just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so I have 2 different types of adhesive here. For this inside, the right edge of the photo, I don't know why I said it that way. For the right edge of the photo, I am going to switch to some double-sided adhesive, that's Suquang. And that is because as I start to get deeper into my Traveler's Notebook, you'll notice, see how it's starting to get really bulky here and it's pretty flat here. That means now for the rest of my notebook, anything that is being adhered along this side is going to want to pop or lift, just like these pages want to lift, right? So if I give the edge of my photo a little bit of extra help by adding some really, really, really strong adhesive, that will help to make sure that it doesn't want to pop on me, right? We don't want it to lift up off the page in that center. And then since I'm using this, I might as well just use it on the whole piece. All right, so when I'm using double-sided adhesive like this, and this is whether you're using it with the photo or maybe you're making your own mini book out of cardstock or something like that, this can make all the difference in the world. You notice how I'm not pulling apart, I'm not taking away all of that release paper, right? That release paper is there to make sure that the sticky is not, actually let's go down here, that sticky does not stick, right? Until we pull that paper off. But if I just reveal a little bit, maybe a third, I don't know, third to a half, a little bit, that means when I go to put it down, this won't stick, but this will. And that is super helpful when you are working with super, super, super sticky adhesive like that. The nice thing is that it's super, super sticky, so it sticks really well. The not so nice thing is that it's super, super sticky. So if you get it in a spot where you don't want it and it's not really straight and you try to lift it back up, good luck. Don't even try because it won't work. So by just having a little bit of that sticky revealed, it gives me a little bit of wiggle room so I can get it where I want it. Press down on the parts that have been revealed, the sticky, and then just pull those pieces out. That makes all the difference in the world when it comes to using double-sided tape like that. And now that will make sure that that lays nice and flat. When I turn the pages, it's not going to lift up. Mary Pat said her youngest daughter and her fiance visited Glacier National Park last week and camped out in a tent, so I was a bit nervous. Thankfully, they arrived home safely. Mary Pat, I bet they had an amazing time. Glacier, we haven't hit yet, but of course, it's on our list. Glacier, Montana, so it wasn't really kind of in our area that we were doing, but we did 4. So we left Utah, drove drove to Reno, which that was a long day, 9 or 10 hours. Stayed overnight and then drove to Lassen Volcanic National Park, which is amazing. It is the only place on Earth that has all 4 types of earthquakes, all 4 types of volcanoes in the same area. So that I knew nothing about that national park before we left, and it was beautiful. Just so stunning. One of the coolest things about that national park, in my opinion, is that it was so green. I mean, there was so much green, so much lush green and trees, and it was just beautiful. And you wouldn't expect kind of to see that, right, in a volcanic national park. One of the other things that was so cool about that, and this is on my glimmers list, is to see all the volcanic rock, from when the volcanoes erupted many, 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 many hundreds of years ago. But all the trees growing through that volcanic rock. That was really cool because it's like nature will find its way, right? All the trees managed to get through that rock, and yeah, beautiful. All right. So that is my photo. My inserts I'm using are standard wide. So I make standard wide Traveler's Notebook inserts. They are 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. So I have pulled out the Glimmers rub-ons. And I'm going to put a little rub-on this photo. You can put rub-ons on anything. You can put rub-ons on photos. You can put rub-ons on metal. You can put rub-ons on wood. Now, when we say rub-ons on wood, you probably don't want to have a lot of texture in your wood. Let me do something here. Let me just, excuse my reach for a minute. Oh, golly. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, that's, let me just do this. I'm just going to get us a little bit closer. I think then you can see a little bit better that way. But so sorry to take you for a ride there. Some of you are like, oh, my back, right? Didn't that jerky? All right. So, yes, you can put your rub-ons on anything. They're not really waterproof, so I wouldn't put them on a water bottle because you really can't wash. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't say that you can't wash them, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't work if you try to wash them. But anything like paper, metal, any surface like that doesn't have a lot of texture to it. All right. So, brand new package of rub-ons. I have not opened those yet, and I bring that up for a reason. When you first start with a new package of rub-ons, there's a couple things I recommend. Number 1, I will staple the sheet, the rub-on sheet, to its best friend. Its best friend is this little guy. All right, that little sheet makes it so that your rub-on will not come off. You want those to stay together. They need to be like Woody and Buzz from Toy Story. They're best friends. They need to stay together. So I staple those together. That makes sure that those sheets aren't going to get separated and that my rub-on doesn't accidentally rub on or transfer to something I don't want it to rub on to. So I do that with both sheets right out of the gate. Next thing, when I find a rub-on that I want to use, let's look. How about this guy? I don't know. I kind of would like it to go here. We'll see. It might not be able to go there really well. We'll see when we get there. So I know I want to use this guy. I am going to cut that away from the sheet. Oh, I just realized a whole bunch of my supplies. I might have to run up. Hold please. Let me run upstairs because my bag from the trip is still, it's got a whole bunch of my supplies in it. So I'll be right back. Let me just run upstairs real quick. All right. Oh my gosh, I wish you could smell my house right now. Uh, we have people coming over tonight, and we are making bowls. So Nick right now is making a beef barbacoa. And so beef barbacoa, grilled chicken and grilled shrimp. And then you'll have rice and all the fixing. And so, but he started the beef barbacoa this morning and it smells so good in the house. I walked upstairs and I'm like, oh my gosh, my stomach can't be growling this early. Anyhow, had to grab my pouch. I haven't unloaded it yet because I need to do that. Well, yeah, I need to do it because then I just need to, it'll get loaded right back up again on Tuesday when I'm packing for Wednesday, packing for the weekend. All right, so let's cut this guy out. When you are ready to use a rub-on, and these are all just, in my opinion, these are things that I've found work really well for me. So take that with a grain of salt. When you are ready to work with a rub-on, I cut it away from the sheet. I find it much, much, much easier to cut it away from the sheet and work with just that one as opposed to the whole sheet. You guys, those Sula bags, Amy just linked them in the chat. Holy cow. You guys, I have placed 4 orders for those. The second I bring them in, they're gone. And each time I order more and I bring them in and they're gone. So still on the website. I think the next round, I think it says they're shipping on August 3rd. But you can order them now if you want to see them. All right. So there's my rub-on. Now I need to figure out where I would like it. See, I would really like it. Hang on. Let's do this. I would really like it right here. But if I put it there, you know what? It's okay. It's okay, Layle, because it needs to be there. That's like where it's calling for, right? The middle of that lake. So I am going to use that right there. Once you put your rub-on down, leave it. Don't try to pick it back up and put it back down. Rub-ons transfer, right? They're a little bit sticky and they transfer from their sheet onto whatever you want to put them on through pressure. So even when you first set them down, it's possible that a little bit of that might transfer off. And if you try to pick it up and move it, it's just not something I recommend. So I set that down and I want to hold on. I don't want to let go. Kind of like Elsa, but the opposite of Elsa, right? She sings Let It Go. We don't want to let it go because we want to make sure that that rub-on doesn't move at all. If it moves, it will create a little crack in our rub-on because we'll have rubbed on part of it and then it will move and then, it will continue. So I want to make sure that I'm just holding on. Our rub-ons, you guys, are fantastic and you don't have to take my word for it. Any of you that have used our rub-ons know that they're amazing. They kind of rub on like butter. So you'll notice I moved my finger because I need to get this part now, but the entire time I was still holding on. So we'll come over here. They release so easily. All right, now I think it's good, but I don't want to think it's good. I want to make sure it is good. So I am going to start out by lifting up. And because I'm still holding on, if any part of that had not rubbed on, I'd go, whoops, and I'd lay it right back down and I could pick up my popsicle stick again and then continue to rub on. So that's a good tip to just make sure that the entire thing is rubbed on. And then we'll just give it a little once over. You can do that same thing with that little sheet if you'd like. And now it's ready to go. So there's just kind of a little savor the moment, sparks of joy. Remember that, Sparks of Joy. You're going to see a collection coming out later this year that's called Sparks of Joy. And guess what it has to do with? I bet you can guess. All right, so over here, there is, I panicked this morning because I thought, oh my gosh, I don't think I have this product at home. And then I was going to be really worried because then I was going to have to run down to the warehouse. And a run down to the warehouse, when I'm still in bed and not showered and no makeup on and not dressed and not ready for this morning session. And warehouse is about 17 minutes away, so double that, 34 minutes and 5 minutes running in and out of the warehouse. I'm like, I am going to be in trouble. I'm not going to be able to do this. But the good news is I had it. I thought I didn't have it, but I had it. So I've got a couple of different paper packs here. I'm going to do this one, this breakfast in bed one. This is from Spellbinders. I have, this collection has some different stickers and die cuts that go with it. Breakfast in bed. There are also some other die cuts and things called Jubilee. I don't have the paper pack of that, I don't believe, but both of these collections, Breakfast in Bed and Jubilee, kind of work really well together. Kind of the same color palette, and I thought it might be fun to use, let me look at here, to use something from here. Let me look and see. I think one of these pattern papers is what I was thinking. Oh, here we go. Oh, Mary Pat, you're talking about your son, right? In Glacier. You tried to talk them out of being in a tent and doing a hotel room, and you'd pay for it, especially since a grizzly had already devoured a tourist this year. They wouldn't hear of it. Oh my goodness. All right. Ooh. Well, this could work, right? I just need a little bit of a background. That might work really well. So let's look at that. What I loved about this paper pack is that there are some really great patterns that are just nice to haves, right? They don't they don't necessarily have a theme to them. So sometimes when you just need a nice background, really good, fun patterns to have. This, I think, fussy cut the you-know-what out of those little butterflies. That would be so fun. In fact, maybe we pick up one of those green ones. That is beautiful. Oh, look at the little Scotty dogs. How cute are those? This one I loved. But I don't know. We'll see. That might be too much to try to do on there because we don't have a lot of room. But anyhow, paper packs like this I always look for because just a nice kind of mixed assortment of patterns. That's a really pretty one too. Not for this, but patterns and scale, right? You've got some really teeny things, some larger things. All right. I think we're going to go with either one of those two. All right. Put these off to the side. So most of this is going to get covered up, right? We know that. So let me just see. Let's grab some white cardstock here and see what, I mean, we're going to lose a lot of that, but I still think it could be really pretty. We could also do this. I don't know. I feel like I want to use that flower. I think the flower is just so pretty. Yeah, we're going to do the flower. This has, that paper pack has some gold foil accents, so you can kind of see a little bit that gold foil on there. And this one I pulled from again is called Breakfast in Bed. Okay, so when I am cutting a piece of pattern paper, I think that will probably start there or start there. We'll go here. When I'm cutting a piece of pattern paper to go as a base in my traveler's notebook, I trim that to 4 3/4 by 8. 4 3/4 by 8. When my insert is 5 by 8.25, gives me a nice white border all the way around my page. So 4 3/4 by 8. I could have like 10 sheets of that. I love that pattern. All right, so this guy will go here. And I am going to round the corners, the top and bottom corner, just like I did over here. I didn't even mention. that when I did it, but let's go ahead and round these corners. I round the corners because the inserts have rounded corners, so it just kind of helps to match that a little bit. On this one, you'll notice, am not adding that double-sided adhesive that I did on this side because I don't have to, because this is flat. We had to do it there because gravity would want to lift that on us. Okay, so now let's get our, ooh, you know what? Let's not use white cardstock. Let's use the, pulling out that 6x8 graph paper. And that will just give it a little bit more fun than just plain white cardstock. So that graph paper comes in 12x12 and 6x8. We also do a lined paper, that 12x12 and 6x8. That's kind of that blue, really faint blue there. All right. So this guy, I just eyeballed. Let's see. Usually when I eyeball, it's about the same dimension every time. That is a little bit more than 4. And that one is about 7 1/4. So that will go right there. That still lets me see some of that green, right? And then a little bit of that gold foil. Okay, so we are going to I need to ink the edges of that just so it kind of blends in a little bit more with the background. So let's figure out maybe rustic, maybe rustic wilderness. Let's see what green looks like it might be. Oh, well, let's look. Now, pine needles is a little bit too blue. Evergreen bough, also too blue. Rustic wilderness, it might need to be rustic wilderness because that's probably going to be the closest there. And we don't necessarily need to match it, but we'd like it to blend in a little bit. Yeah, mowed lawn is way too bright. So what did we say? Rustic wilderness? All right. So let's grab rustic wilderness right there. And let's grab that guy. And whoopsie. Let's grab this. Okay. So let's move this out of the way. And I am grabbing the foam blender here for rustic wilderness. Put that on top of the foam blending tool. And circular motion on my ink pad. I got a little bit of ink on my fingers, so let me clean that off real quick. And I'm just going to ink the edges. So for those of you that are scrapbookers, or maybe you're a card maker and you are used to matting, I'm putting a piece of colored cardstock behind whatever it is that you're working with, just to give it a little pop of color. That's basically what we're doing here, but we're doing it without adding any extra added dimension. If we were adding cardstock, that would add another layer and it would make it a little bit bulkier. And I try not to add a lot of bulk into my Traveler's Notebook inserts, just so they're a little bit easier to work with, but it still gives us the same effect. So for me, other than inking the edges of things with ink and stamping with ink, that's pretty much what I use my ink for. When it comes to your inks, whether you're working with a pigment-based ink like a Distress Oxide, or you're working with a dye-based ink like a Distress ink, lots of different properties. A lot of different properties. They can do some really cool things besides what I use them for, besides like stamping and inking the edges of things. If you are interested in understanding more about what different types of inks do, pigment versus dye-based inks, and some of the fun things that you can do with them, adding water to them and things like that, there are a couple of links at the very bottom of the description box of the video. One talking about the differences between dye-based and pigment-based inks. And then another one is Tim Holt, and he is showing you the difference between the Distress Oxide, which is a dye-based ink, Distress Oxide, which is a pigment-based ink, and Distress Ink, which is a dye-based ink. All of that to say, you might be like, wait, whoa, what are you talking about? The important thing when it comes to different types of inks is knowing what you want to do with them. And so you don't have to know all the different types, but it's a good idea before you start investing in inks in thinking a little bit about what you might want to do with them. If you're like, nope, all I'm ever going to do is stamp, then that may be a different type of ink than if you want to do mixed media with it. Okay. So like a lot of things, just maybe do your research before you start buying. I like to use Distress Oxides. They are a pigment based ink because to me, they give a nice, really juicy stamped impression. See there, just nice, thick stamped impression. Same thing there, even there, right? Just a really nice, solid stamped impression. And because that's what I like, that's what I went looking for when it came time to decide what types of inks that I wanted to use and what types of inks I wanted to buy. Okay, so now I am going to do a title. So usually I have a Glimmers title on there somewhere, but I thought what might be fun this time would be to stamp my title along the edge. So normally I just do it up there at the top center, right? But I thought it might be kind of fun to stamp along the edge. So this is the Glimmers 3 stamp set. There are 3 Glimmers stamp sets. The very first Glimmers stamp set I released in January of 2025, because as soon as I did the first Glimmers list in December, I'm like, oh my gosh, we need a Glimmers stamp. Now there are 3, and Glimmers rub-ons, and there's even a Glimmers Traveler's Notebook insert. And Sparks of Joy is coming in, I think, September, and that is a whole kind of collection all about Glimmers. Well, more Sparks of Joy, noticing Sparks of Joy and documenting them. But I think we're going to do this guy. We'll use this guy right here. So pull that off. If stamps aren't your thing, then you have some titles that you could use in your rub-ons, right? Glimmers, Glimmers, Glimmers of Happiness, Delight in the Ordinary. You could use any of those for your title. Okay, so now we need to pick an ink. Again. Oh, duh. That's, gosh, Layle, come on, come on. That will go right about there. So I don't know if I want to use, I feel like we need to pull some blue in over there, don't you think? We've got a lot of green going. It seems like we need a little bit of blue. So let's look and see what we might use for our blue. I have swatched all of my inks. This is probably one of the best time investments that I have ever done for myself. If you like to use inks or colored pencils or markers or watercolors, whatever it is, maybe you're really into fountain pens, it's so helpful to swatch your colors so that when you're looking for a color, you don't have to go pull all the things out. You just pull your swatches out and then, you know, you've got what you need. So, tumbled glass. I know I won't use speckled egg. Speckled egg is really not what we want there. Maybe tumbled glass. Like George Glass. You guys, you know what I found? I'll explain that reference in a minute. You know what I found? Ooh, maybe broken china. I think I like broken china. Broken china is better than tumbled glass. Let's do broken china. So yesterday I was on Instagram, you know, doom scrolling, wasting time because I didn't want to do whatever I needed to do. And a little clip from Brady Bunch came into my feed, and it was Peter Brady in the kitchen with Alice and with Carol Brady, and he says to Alice, what are you making for dinner? And she says, I'm making pork chops and applesauce. And he's, pork chops and applesauce, like Humphrey Bogart, I guess. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I look at it, I'm like, wait a minute, there's a Brady Bunch Instagram account? And you can't believe how fast I clicked on that and clicked follow. Because I love the Brady Bunch. Things like that, George Glass, if you're like tumbled glass, George Glass, that was an episode where Jan Brady, the middle sister, wanted, she pretended she had a boyfriend, and they asked her what his name was, and she's like, because he's make-believe, and she's like, his name's George, and then she's in the kitchen, and she sees a glass sitting on the counter, and she goes, George Glass, yeah, George Glass, anyhow. So now, anytime that a Brady Bunch, you know, skit comes up in my Instagram. It'll just make me so happy. It'll be like a glimmer. All right, so different stamping blocks. I'm gonna grab all of mine just so they're out. When it comes to stamping, there are a lot of things that can make life really, really, really easy for you. Because stamping, to some of us, is a little bit of a challenge, right? I've been stamping probably for about 6 years, 6 or 7 years, and I hated it at first because I had no clue what I was doing. One of the things that really helps if you right size your stamping block to your stamp. What I mean by that is if you have a stamping block that is similar in size to your stamp, it'll make it a lot easier to handle. So that little guy fits there very well. That's one of our 1 by 5 inch stamping blocks. If I didn't have that, that's okay. But I would have to have a pretty large one, right? Probably like that one. And this one will work. This one would even work, right? The larger your stamping block in comparison to your stamp, it just makes it a little bit more of a challenge to get a nice even impression. Not impossible, right? Not impossible, but just makes it a little bit trickier. So if you can have an assortment of stamping blocks in your arsenal of tools, it can make your life a lot easier. So right size your stamping block to your stamp when you can. So I am going to now ink this up and I'm going to test it. I won't say ever, but I rarely will stamp directly on my project without having tested it first. There's a lot of things that you can learn from testing that I would rather figure out when I'm testing as opposed to on my project. So, is my stamp dirty? Does it have a Reggie hair running through it or cat? If it has a Reggie hair running through it, I won't get a nice even stamped impression. That looks pretty good, although I can see here on the S, and this isn't horrible, but do you see how there's like a little blob right there? That is because there is something, I can see that same little blob right there on that stamp. So that's why it kind of made a little bit of a blob on my test. I would much rather test and find something like that out versus find something like that on my project. And that's not a bad one, but sometimes your stamp's really dirty, or maybe you didn't clean it very well and maybe you didn't clean it at all and it still has a little bit of black on it, or I don't know. I'd much rather learn all those things in my testing as opposed to, hang on, I'm going to get this a little bit closer to me. I'd rather learn those things in my testing as opposed to on my project. Okay. Here's another thing. When you have a kind of long, narrow-ish stamp, do you notice how I turned my paper? Because it's easier for me to stamp that way than to try to do this and come over sideways. This is not natural, right? Your arms are all, out of joint. And that's not natural. Even if I had already put this here, I could still turn my entire book and stamp this way. So remember that you can either change your stamping block orientation or you can change the orientation of your paper or whatever you're stamping on. That will make life a lot easier. And then you want to clean it right away. Virginia, I saw someone use the hockey puck looking tool the other day to get even pressure. Thoughts on using? Virginia, I don't know what the hockey puck looking tool is. So I'm not sure. Yes, my friends, Ms. L just asked a question. Many of you have asked this question. Well, it's more of a request. And the request is, oh my goodness, what is, let me grab the stamp set. Oh, it's this one. It was, hello, love this. We'd like an alphabet stamp like that. So it's in the works. It is on our list, so that will come out later this year because we heard that from a lot of you that you wanted that. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. So watch for that to come out later. Circle with a handle on the top. Oh, I know what you mean, Virginia. A hockey puck. Okay, got it. It's like a, let me see if I have mine in here. This. It's like when you play air hockey, right? Like that. So here's the thing, and I may have missed part of the conversation. If you're using a stamping platform like a Misty, this is really helpful for that, where the stamp is in place on the little platform. I've never tried this. I don't know that I would recommend doing that. I don't know. I haven't tried it. You could certainly try it. But again, I came in mid-conversation, so I'm not sure if I kind of got exactly what you were talking about there. All right. Okay. So much, you guys, so much stuff coming out. I can't even tell you. Everything for my business, all of our product, everything I buy when I can goes on my American Express, and it gets paid off every month. I just about threw up in my mouth when I saw my American Express last month. In a maybe underdeveloped part of the country, you could probably buy a small house for that. It was like, oh my gosh. I mean, luckily it's the money's there, but it's just like, oh, hitting that pay on that bill was like, oh, yikes, that's a lot. So just know, lots of fun things coming. Some new tools coming, just lots of fun new stuff. If you've missed me talk about this, our next collection launches a week from yesterday, and that is Moonlit Manor, and it is a Halloween collection. So it launches on July 31st, because 3 months away from Halloween. Moonlit Manor is super cute. There will be a mini book project kit that goes with it also. So save the date. Watch for that to go on the website. And I'm going to tell you all something. And even if you've already used it, you can use it again. We're still in July, which means Christmas in July is still going on. Christmas in July, there is a coupon code. If you spend $25 or more, you get $5 off. And I don't remember what that coupon code is. Amy, if you would pop it in the chat for us, and then I'll see it and then tell everyone. But you could use that on July 31st. Well, you could use it every day if you wanted, but that does end on July 31st. Okay, so we are now ready for our list. But before we get there, I feel like I need to add just maybe a few of these little glimmers. Don't you think? We need to just spray a few of those in varying spots. And you'll notice I grab a different stamping block. Remember, we're right sizing our stamp to our stamping block. That is a little cylinder. There's a set of 2 of those, a larger and a smaller. And these are great for like your little mini icons or kind of your little smaller stamps like that. Again, right size, much easier for my hand to work with that than a larger. Isn't that a fun little glimmer there? So I think we'll just add a few of those just sporadically throughout. And notice I'm doing this before I'm adding my writing. And that is because now I feel like, let's do this. Let's come up here, slide that in, come up here, slide that in, make a little mask. Because I think this little guy, I might want to go a little bit off. And so if I make a little mask like that, mask that part off, and it's just up there in the corner. Okay, that's good. If I want to add more later, I can. Virginia, I love that. Virginia said, what a difference using the correct size block in testing. I'm telling you guys, it's just based on my experience, right? I hated stamping when I first started, like probably 8 years ago. I was buying stamps and, I'd just pull them out of the package and use them. And they didn't look right. I had no clue what I was doing. Back then, I probably had one stamping block and it was probably like this giant guy. And things didn't work out too well. And then I didn't stamp for a couple of years because I was very disillusioned with it, right? It just wasn't working so well for me. And then I started playing during the pandemic, and that's when lots of you found me. I started playing during the pandemic and just started learning about what to do. All right, we have this guy too. I need a little bullet. So this basically I've been using the Glimmers 3 stamp set. Everything today from that Glimmers 3 stamp set. So as I am ready to add my little glimmer there. Will that fit on the stylus? I don't think. No, it's too big. That's the other thing. Right sizing does not mean using a block that's too small. I definitely would not recommend using a stamping block that is smaller than you stamp. That generally doesn't work very well, in my opinion. All right, so now I feel like that's going to be my that is going to be my bullet for each of the things on my glimmers list. And I feel like now that I've used those, that I don't want to use that same color for my bullet, because I think it's going to be difficult maybe to see the difference between the decorative ones and then the functional ones, because each of my things on my list will lead with that. So I think I'll swap out for Rustic Wilderness. So let's go back to that green that we had inked the edges with. Get this guy cleaned off. Amy, go to laylebymail.com and it's on the front page. It's that not on Shopify. Just go to the website and there's that banner, that slideshow that's on the front. Oh, thank you, Joe Disney fan. A couple of you, I love it. 5xmas26. So 5xmas. So Xmas 5xmas26, and that gives you $5 off your purchase of 25 or more. What's happening on Friday? What are we ordering? Loves my Griffin more. Our newest collection, Moonlit Manor, releases on Friday, July 31st, and it is Halloween collection. All right, so now the items on my list, my glimmers for July in no particular order. There are a lot of them, you guys. There are a lot. I keep track of these on my phone. So that's how when I sit down, like this morning as I was, writing the things down in my workbook, keep track of them on my phone. Just trust me, keep track of them on your phone or on a little scratch piece of paper or in a traveler's notebook, something, so that when you are ready to make a glimmers list, you have something to reference. But the other thing, you guys, sometimes it's fun to go back and read your glimmers list from the past, because you can relive a glimmer. Be like, oh my gosh, yes. When I texted Lily and said, oh my gosh, Lily, will you go to Costco and check to see if they have Esprit sweatshirts and and get them for me? And then, a couple hours later, she texts me a photo of them. That was a glimmer. So I got a glimmer when I first experienced it, and I get a glimmer again when I'm talking about it. I'll get a glimmer again when I wear it in the fall, like every other day, right? All right, so let's see. This sounds like Reggie's like an infant. Reggie sleeping through the night, infant, for 7 straight nights. And, if you've ever been around a newborn in the middle of the night, then they wake up multiple times a night, just like Reggie. And Reggie bugs me when he does that. And it makes me very sad, because then just like a sleep-deprived new mother or grandmother, or, maybe you've got puppy or whatever it is, makes life difficult. So that's a big deal. The Esprit sweatshirts launched at Costco. Takes me back to my high school days. I graduated from high school 40 years ago. Oh, and I know that because we just had our 40th reunion 40 years ago, right? That's a long time ago. Oh, golly, what just happened there? All right, let's talk about what happened there. Did you see how that stamp just fell off my stamping block? And luckily, it didn't cause me a problem. It did not make a mark. Sometimes that will happen with your stamps. Hang on, let me get this back on here. Let me clean the front of it, and then let's talk about how to prevent that from happening. Your stamps over time will start to get dirty on the back. They'll get a little bit of dust or lint or just whatever on the back of them. And I can feel this when it's not very sticky. And that's because it's got a little bit of dust on it. So if I take my stamp chamois or take a wet paper towel and just clean the back of that off, that will now take it back to where it will stick to your stamping block. All right. We lucked out on that one that it didn't when it fell off make another mark. Virginia said, I need to do better keeping track of glimmers and daily journal ideas. I tell you, there's something about glimmers that a little smile on your face. This is interesting about Esprit. Back in the day when I was in high school, I mean, my parents were divorced. We did not have a lot of money at all. School clothes, when it came time to buy school clothes, we'd go to Kmart to get our school clothes. And, we might get a new pair of pants and maybe a new shirt and new sweater and maybe a new pair of shoes. So we didn't have a lot of money, especially for brand names like that. And so if I wanted to buy something from Esprit when I was in high school, I had to use my babysitting money or, however I was earning money or save birthday money. My birthday's in August, so that was always convenient for back to school shopping. But I've seen a lot of women my age commenting online about how neat the Esprit, you can get Esprit sweatshirts at Costco for like $17. Uh-oh, did I lose you guys? Oh no, my finger was just there for a minute. That you can get, Esprit sweatshirts at Costco, nice quality for like $17. And back in the 80s, if you could get anything Esprit for $17, it would have been a miracle. So that's kind of fun. All right. As we were leaving on our trip, I had texts from Sam, our younger son, Becky, and my friend Karen wishing us a nice trip. And that was just sweet, right? I mean, here's the thing. That is not a grandiose gesture, but someone had to be thinking about us. Someone had to take time out of their day to send a text saying, hey, have a great trip. And that just touched me, right? It was a nice glimmer, and I got 3 of them. That kind of thing can also, when you experience something like that, make you realize, you know what? I can give glimmers to other people very easily, right? So if you look at when someone says something to you or does something for you, when you look at that and think about how that makes you feel, then you can project that back into the world, right? So if you're walking through the grocery store and somebody says, oh, I like that sweater, it looks really pretty on you, and then you're turning around looking behind you like, you're talking to me? And they are talking to you, and that makes you feel really good. You're like, oh my gosh, and they're a stranger, right? So if that makes you feel good, think about how you can project that out to someone else, right? Next day when you're at the mall and you see somebody, you can say, oh my goodness, your baby's beautiful, or oh my gosh, your dog is so sweet, or that lipstick looks wonderful on you. A lot of times we think things like that in our head, but for some reason we don't always verbalize them. So if you think it, verbalize it, and then you'll give a glimmer to somebody else. All right. Finding both Hawaii and Rhode Island license plates on our trip. So when we are in a long road trip in Harvey, Nick and I play the license plate game. And I have a little notebook, a Harvey notebook, that I am constantly adding a lot of things to when we're driving in Harvey. But one of the things is I have all the states listed along the side, and along the top I have all of the trips. And so we play the license plate game, and we see license plates and you mark it off, and then you're no longer looking for that one. Rhode Island and Hawaii, at least where we live in Utah, they're very difficult to find those license plates. So we are in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. I'm not kidding you. In the middle of nowhere, desert, like everything's brown all around you. And all of a sudden, there goes Rhode Island. And we're like, no way, there's Rhode Island. And then not 2 minutes later, there goes Hawaii. And it was just cool. It was a little glimmer, right? All right. Oh, baby ducks on Manzanita Lake. That is Lassen Volcanic National Park, and we went on a walk around the lake, and there were these little baby ducks. Just just a nice little glimmer. So there was a store in the national park at Lassen Volcanic National Park, a little camp store in the campground where we were staying. They had marshmallows for s'mores that already had the chocolate inside of them. Should I repeat that? Did you know they make marshmallows that have the chocolate already, like turkey basted or whatever, inside of them? Which, like, genius. Did we make s'mores on the trip? No. Did we buy them? Yes. Did we eat them? Yes. But I thought that was genius. So that was a glimmer. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'll put finding because I don't have a lot of room. Finding marshmallows for s'mores with chocolate inside. Like, genius. Why didn't I think of that? I don't know. Maybe you guys have seen that before. I had never seen that before. That was pretty special. Pretty special. Yeah, they were good. All right, next up. So when I buy wine, well, I have a specific wine I like, and the label's nothing special. But other times when I buy wine, a lot of it is by looking at the label, because I think the label's pretty. Hey, Nick, will you do me a favor? Nick? Will you do me a favor? In the pantry upstairs is that wine bottle that's empty from Oregon. Will you bring that down? But I bought 2 bottles of wine when we were on the coast in Oregon, based solely on the label. They were beautiful. Nick's going to bring one down. Wine bottles in Oregon. With beautiful labels. So I actually bought 4. I took, there were 2 different kinds. 2 to my sister and brother-in-law's house when we were there. And then I brought 2 back with me, but then I took them up to our friend's house last week, and we had gone up to watch the World Cup finals. So I only have 1 of the bottles. Both are gone. Both are consumed, but I'll show you one of the labels. Let's see. Oh, unexpected whale sightings in Oregon. So it is not the standard time of year when you would expect to see whales in Oregon. That is the spring when they are making their trek down to Hawaii. But so I didn't expect we'd see any whales, but we were in a place called Depot Bay, which I love that little town on the coast. And we saw whales, and then we just kept seeing whales and seeing whales and seeing whales. All right, this is one of the wine bottles. You guys look at that. Isn't that, the art on that is so beautiful. And so I bought it. I bought the wine, and the wine was good. I think it was, Pinot Gris. But this brand, Anne Amie Wines from Dundee, Oregon. It was very good. Willamette Valley. But just, I loved that. So now I have to figure out how to get that off, because talk about junk journaling. I will figure out how to steam this off and then use it in one of my junk journals from the trip, because it was so cool. So cool. Wine was good. Oh, wait, are we talking about me? Oh, Sea Glass. Yes. Hi, Melissa. Nice to see you, my friend. Sea Glass is good, right? Oh my gosh. Sauvignon Blanc. Yes. And it's beautiful. Beautiful bottle. It looks like scrapbook paper, doesn't it? So we did go to the Tillamook store. Yes. No, Vicki hasn't been to Oregon. we went to Tillamook again. We didn't think we were going to, but we were driving right by, and I said, I'm hungry. Let's go have lunch. And guess what we had for lunch? Ice cream. We had ice cream for lunch at Tillamook. But you know what? When in Rome, right? When in Rome, why not? Okay. What do I have left? Let's see. How about that? Ice cream for lunch at Tillamook. That wasn't on my list. But if I had looked this morning at something, it would have reminded me that it would have reminded me, and that would have been here. My inserts from the trip when I documented every night on the trip. So watch this. If I had referenced this, here we go. This was the day that, this was the 10th, Tillamook. I grabbed one of their brochures and started cutting some things out of magazine or from their little brochures. But look, top 3, one of my top 3 things from the day, shopping at Tillamook and having ice cream for lunch. I had the salted caramel pretzel, which was really good. So if I had remembered to reference my top 3 from every day on that trip, I would have remembered having my ice cream, and that was a glimmer. Okay, we have just a few left. Oh, just the mist and overcast weather driving along the Oregon coast. It just, everything is so green. And when you're on the coast, in parts of it, you're up really high, so you can see into the ocean and all the amazing rocks and cliffs on the left as you're driving. And on the right, it's all like forest and ferns and pine trees. And then it's misty and cold and overcast, and it's just, I just love it. So yes, that was a glimmer. And guess what just happened there? Could you guys tell in my voice that I just like got a glimmer again from talking about that? So you can experience your glimmers multiple times. And then you can even later, when I have a really bad day, I'm like, oh my gosh, give me a smile. I can come back to one of my glimmers lists and go, oh yeah, remember how that was so awesome? Seeing, here we're going to do this. Checking off. See a bear from my bucket list. Yes, we did. Olympic National Park, black bear. We saw a little black bear up on the side of the hill. We were on the road and it was up on the side of the hill above us, just munching away, just walking through all the green grass, eating away. And it was like, oh, that was a big glimmer. That will be a core memory for a long time. I had see a bear on my bucket list for a long time, and that you may think, Layle, you're crazy. Like, why would you want to see a bear? But yeah, I've always wanted to see a bear. Now, black bear probably as opposed to a brown bear. Brown bears are mean, and black bears, well, they say brown bear play dead and black bear go tall. I don't remember what the thing is, but yeah. Because black bears are a lot smaller, and if you stand tall and yell, then they get scared and run away. But you don't want to do that with the brown bear because the brown bear will come at you. Yes. Paper under the listing in the new kit. Virginia, that paper that I used is from Spellbinders, and it is part of that Breakfast in Bed is the name of the collection, and that's on the website. Okay, we're almost done. Let's see, clear. Oh, all of the clear, like the water on this trip was amazing. In general, the water. So, oh my gosh. What is that called? Crater Lake. Crater Lake. Oh my gosh. I totally had so Crater Lake. Really the ocean, the Oregon coast. And oh my, why am I drawing a blank? Well, What the heck is the name of that park? Hang on. North Cascades. There we go. North Cascades. Crater Lake, North Cascades. Just amazing water. Different, right? All three places were totally different. Crater Lake, holy cow, spectacular. Spectacular. All right, and the last one. The stunning Craggy Mountains in North Cascades. NP. All right, so there we go. There is my list. Now I think I need to do, oh, should I cheat? I'm going to cheat. I am going to cheat because I'm the boss and I can cheat. Hang on. I'm going to run upstairs again very quickly and I'll be right back. I need to go grab something. I need a word strip sticker, but I need one that's perfect for this. Okay, I'm back. I just hauled a huge bag downstairs that has all of our new collections in it because I would really like to use a word strip sticker. I'm out of breath. That's a heavy bag. If you want a peek, look at that. You have to wait till September. Sparks of Joy. That is the 6x8 paper pad from Sparks of Joy. But I want a word strip sticker. You can just see that for 1 second. Because these word strip stickers, I would like one, I think, maybe we'll do a blue one down there. Glimmers make magic, bright moments of happiness, small wonders, everyday wonder, small delights. We're going to find one little one to go right there. Or maybe over here. Maybe a white one over here. Let's see what we decide. Oh, I can't wait. Carrie said, Layle, we need a stock option. We do. I need a stock. We all need a stock option, right? Life and Little Joys. How about that one? Life and Little Joys. I like that. Life and Little Joys. So let's put this little guy. I'm going to trim him down just a titch here. And we're going to put him right here. Oh, there we go. Look at it. Don't you think? That just like pulls all together right there. Life and Little Joys. Okay, our list is done, except I need to add a date. Sorry that I get to use that right now, but it's real, you guys, it's a good one. I don't know, we've got lots of, four new collections coming out over the next August and September. All right, so let's just do this down here. This is July 2026. There's our first list. Glimmers for the month of July. All right, let's do a prize. Should we do a prize? How about Glimmers rub-ons? Let's do a set of Glimmers rub-ons. So while I am putting this away, this thing's getting ready for our next one. Let's talk about how prizes work on a live. The way I do prizes is via the chat. So now is a good time to start chatting away. As soon as I'm done cleaning up, I will stop what I'm doing. I will scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that is the person that will win the prize. And then when you win the prize, you send us an email at laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, you tell us what you won. In the body of that email, you give us your name and address, and then we ship you your prize. So that is, we're going to do Glimmers rub-ons. Glimmers rub-ons. which are available now. Okay, get these. Oh, you know what I just remembered? Hang on. Remember when we were over here? Hold please. Let me see. When we were over here and I said, hey, maybe I should cut one of those little guys. One of those little butterflies. We're gonna go to this guy. These to me just scream fussy cut. Fussy cut me. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna do two prizes right now, friends, because it's fun. All right, so that paper is also from that Breakfast in Bed, I think. Paper pack. Okay. Fussy cutting. Fussy cutting scissors is our second prize. Fussy cutting scissors work very differently than regular scissors. There's nowhere to put your fingers, right? There's nowhere to put your fingers. Makes it much easier to cut in small little areas. So there's a little ridge on one side, ridges on the other side. You put your thumb, one of the ridges, you put your pointer finger on the other. And this part sits in the palm of your hand. This is the part that does all the work. They're spring loaded. So it's the spring that's doing all the movement for you. So they just kind of lay right there. They set right in that center of your palm and barely moving. See how I'm barely moving my fingers? And that is making my blades move. So I have very precise movement when I am using these little scissors. And you'll notice my right hand, because I'm right-handed, is staying still. And my left hand is doing all the work. Well, not much work. All it's doing is rotating my piece of paper for me. These fussy cutting scissors, if you hate to fussy cut, I would highly recommend these scissors. And I'm assuming it's happening right now because this is usually what happens when I use these scissors. In the chat, the people that have them and have used them will basically echo exactly what I'm saying. They're fantastic. They're great for working in really small little areas. They just give you a lot of dexterity. And if you or someone that you know struggles with arthritis in your hands, these scissors are so much easier to use because when you look at how much movement is required, even in a small pair of scissors like this, so you have to have full range of motion there in order to get those blades to separate. But your little ones like this, you are just barely moving your little pointer finger. All right, now, if I was working on a scrapbook page or maybe a mini book, I would be using pop dots for this because I would want to pop this up, but I am not going to pop this because I don't like to add extra dimensions. So I think, it could go in a number of places, right? It could go there, it could go there. I think I kind of like it right there. We're going to put it right there with our little glue pen. So let me get this adhered and then we'll do both of those giveaways at once. 2 different people will win. Okay. There we go. Oh, I think I forgot to put them on the little feeler antenna things. Okay, so first let's do the Glimmers rub-on. So let's see who the winner of that is. Scrolling. Those are going to Tammy Croy. Tammy Croy 4759. You win the Glimmers rub-ons. Tammy Croy 4759. And the scissors, the fussy cutting scissors, winner of that is going to Justine Kubicki. Justine Kubicki. Congratulations, ladies. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put the prize that you won. And in the body of the email, please include your name and address, and the team will get your prize shipped off to you next week. All right. Well, as soon as you let us know. Okay, next list is life's little luxuries. Okay, life's little luxuries. And this is really funny. I have nothing on my list here. I've been planning lists for the next couple of weeks, and for some reason I put this also here for whatever week this is. So I don't know why. But we'll get there in a minute. Life's little luxuries. So what are those little things that are like little luxuries? Maybe, well, I'll tell you a couple things on my list. So this may help to spark your thought process. For me, waking up before an alarm. No, I wake up early, so it's rare that I ever set an alarm unless I have a meeting or, have to be somewhere, or, getting on an airplane or something. But one of life's little luxuries to me is waking up before the alarm goes off if I have an alarm. And some of you, that might be the opposite. Maybe that's a trigger for you if you wake up before the alarm. But for me, that's a life's little luxury. Lighting a candle. That's just like a little luxury. Open windows. An empty dishwasher. So they're things that don't cost money, but they're just like this nice little luxury. And that's how I'm interpreting them. I have many things on my list for this one. Life's little luxuries. All right. So what I'm going to do here, I am going to skip this page. I am going to be working on this page and this page. So I'm working on these two pages together, but because of what I'm going to do, I'm going to not use this. I'll have to come back later when I have a single page list and do something here. So if you're not aware, when we release our new collections and when we release the season pass, we always have sketches for you. We always have 3 sketches for you. Season pass, every season pass we release, there's actually 9 sketches because you have 3 sketches for every month. So I've pulled this sketch, and Becky's always the one who does the sketches, designs the sketches. And they're kind of sketches on steroids because in a lot of cases when you see a sketch, an inspiration sketch, it doesn't have product on it, right? It's just, in this, it just has some, line drawings of whatever, you might do. But because it's using our product, Becky does the sketches like showing you like the product. So this is an inspiration sketch for the month of August for the summer fall season pass using some of the products from the August portion, if you will, for that. And I saw this and thought there's something, well, this beautiful sketch, right? This is a traveler's notebook sketch. So there's always 3. There's always a 12 by 12 scrapbook page sketch. There's always a card sketch, and then there's always a traveler's notebook sketch. But I think you'll find as you look at the different sketches that we have, you could pull something out of every sketch and have it work for anything that you wanted. So what I particularly inspired me about this sketch was these stacked hearts, and then the little bottom down here. All right, the little stamped bottom border, and then the stacked hearts. So I am taking one of the papers from the summer fall season pass kit or the paper pack. This paper that has all those amazing hearts on it. This is kind of like that butterfly paper. When I see a paper like this in my head, I don't think, oh, I'm going to use this as a full sheet. I think I'm going to cut this up. So I need enough hearts to make a border here and a border here. And then I'm going to do something really fun with it. So in the die cuts from summer fall season pass, there are already 3 hearts that are done. This is what I was going to try to do before that I did not get done before. So we're just going to fussy cut for a bit, my friends. Where do you find the sketches? So you find them in 2 places, Virginia. You will find them with every product in that collection. So if you go to summer fall season pass or summer fall paper pack, you will see the 3 sketches. And then as each is particularly for these, as each new month comes about, you'll see a blog post with those sketches. So right now, if you go to the blog at laylebymail.com, you will see a little drop down right up at the top. And right up at the top, that drop down, when you click the drop down, there's all kinds of ways that you can kind of sort or narrow down the blog posts. One of them is free sketches. So if you click on free sketches, you will see all of the free sketches that we've done in that one area. So kind of depending on what you're looking for, if you want to see them all, that's the best way to go about it. Or if you just want to see them for a particular product or collection, then you can go to that product or collection. All right, so I'm just coming in here and cutting away a whole bunch of these little guys. And you'll notice what I'm doing. I am starting out with my larger scissors first. That's way easier to get something cut very quickly when I don't care what it looks like yet. Use your big scissors. That will make life way easier if you use your big scissors as opposed to the small ones. Let's see if we end up using that guy. So I just need lots of these because I'm making my little border along the spread. So how are you guys doing today? We haven't really chatted about that yet. How are things? Are you trying to stay cool? How's life? What are you excited about? What are you looking forward to? Can you believe it's almost freaking August? I cannot believe that. I mean, that's insane. That's insanity. How are we already at almost August? Can't believe it. Because now is when we need to chat. When I'm doing all this and cutting things up, now is when we got to chat because we've got some work to do. And then as I'm doing this, I'll try to look and see. Free printables too, you guys. Yes. So we also do free printables. And you'll see that is another drop down, I believe. I think so. I'm pretty sure. A drop down in the blog, the free printables. I don't know. Sometimes I forget where things are because it's been a little while. We did free printables with, we did a whole giant set of free printables for International Scrapbook Day in May. So it's just 40 pages or something. Where then you just print them out and then you can, do your little cutting. Or there's paper, there's 3x4 cards, there are die cuts, all different things that you can just print and cut. Print and cut, print and cut. You can do it at home. If you have a color printer at home, generally if I'm doing that, I am printing, on white cardstock and then cutting from there. But if you don't have a color printer at home or you're not quite sure what to do, you can certainly take a file like that to a FedEx Kinko's or an Office Max and have them print for you. If you're doing that, and I don't know because I always print at home or at the warehouse, but they usually have different thicknesses of paper that you can choose from. And so I would recommend, you want to go with some kind of cardstock if you are, doing your own, if you want to make your own die cuts. Hi, Steph. Is good. We had a great trip. Yes, we had a great trip. Always an adjustment. Probably the biggest adjustment for me is, because I own my own business, I work all the time. And even when we're on a trip like that, I have to work because, life doesn't stop and the design doesn't stop and product development doesn't stop and the warehouse has questions and, there's just all kinds of stuff. But I try to, as much as I can, limit that. And so it's an adjustment. The last day that we were driving back, then all of a sudden I'm right back into things and I'm driving and chatting in a text chain with Amy and Becky and all these things are going on and lots of things. But that's a difficult adjustment for me to kind of get back into the work thing because I, jump back in with both feet, even though I've been, doing it all along, but just not as heavy. Yeah, we like to give you guys free things. There's all kinds of, there's free classes. There's 20 some odd free classes on the website too. All different kinds of things. So if you haven't looked at those, I'd say check those out. Okay. And just so you know, you guys, I miss all kinds of things in the chat. So I just saw somebody say, Nancy, I hope you're okay. So I had to go back up. Nancy, cataract surgery. I hope that is, yes, I hope you have a nice recovery. Okay, so now we need to come back in with our little fussy cutting scissors. And when I am cutting these, I am not coming in really tight. I have a little white border. I'm leaving a little white border all around these because life's too short, at least for me, to have to try to get them exact. So I'll just leave a little white border around. There's one. Some of these might have a little bit cut off just because of where they fell on the edge of the paper, but I can still use those. I mean, this one's fine, but. So this is what I said. It was my intent to have a bunch of this cut ahead of time, so we wouldn't just be watching Layle cut all these, but it didn't happen, so here we are. Now is when I wish we could have music going. Can't have music going. They'll put you in YouTube jail for that. No music. But what I can try to do is, let's see. Oh my gosh, Susan was just saying a school system in Georgia, they already started back to school? Are they year-round school? Wow. And I mean, I don't know about you guys there, probably there. I mean, here in Utah, a lot of the schools don't have air conditioning because back in the day, you didn't need it. You know, things have changed quite a bit. It seems like things are much warmer than it was back in the day. But like when I grew up in Park City, I'm pretty sure we didn't have air conditioning in our high school. We didn't have air conditioning in our house. I mean, you didn't need it back then. So that's quite interesting if they have already started up. Unless it's year round. Year round, I understand. I don't know if where you guys are, if they do year round school. They did year-round school pretty heavily in Utah for a while. They do that when they have too many kids. When they can't, they don't have enough schools to get through all the kids, so they might do year-round school, and then, it just kind of shuttles everybody in different blocks, I guess. Mary, you guys go back August 4th. Holy moly, that's crazy. That seems early, huh? Another Tennessee, August 4th. That's fascinating. Amy, they went back on Tuesday. Modified year-round. Yeah, modified year-round. And I guess, you know what, that makes sense because if you have, kind of spikes in the population, then they don't have to maybe build more schools until they know for sure. So what's happening now in Utah is that I think people are having fewer kids and the population obviously is getting older, and so they don't need as many schools. So then you start to see some schools shut down, right? They start consolidating schools, 1 into 2, or they move school districts or whatever they do. All very fascinating, and all just different parts of the country, different things. All righty. Hello, Barbara. Barbara said she's glad to see a live session. She hasn't been able to watch in a while. We're glad to have you with us live. Always fun. Always fun. All right, how many hearts do you suppose I need? Well, we could look at Becky's sketch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she needed about 8 per side. So, oh yeah, this won't take too much longer. I probably need to start now looking at what I have and the colors. Right, because we have some die cuts. There are a couple of die cuts in the collection. This one I think we can do. We'll just, even though that's more of a square, we'll just cut the heart out of it and leave a little bit more of the red than we might otherwise see. Dee-dee-dee. We started watching a new show last night. Beef. B-E-E-F. Beef. It's on Netflix. Does anybody watch that? I remember when it first came out, that won all kinds of awards. And so it's always interesting when you start watching a show that has won all kinds of awards. It's pretty quirky. There's some parts you're like, oh, okay. Interesting. That was interesting. After Labor Day. So someone just said back in the day, it was after Labor Day when kids would go back to school. We would always go back late August. And that always, blew my mind that you'd go back late August and then the next thing you knew, the next week it was Labor Day. And so everyone had a day off. It was like, ooh, that seems early. So sometimes it made sense for, when you'd see schools that would wait to go back after Labor Day. But in Utah, we used to have to worry about snow days because back when I was growing up here, we moved to Park City when I was in 4th grade. So 78, I think, ish. 77, 78. I don't know. That's a long time ago. I can't remember. But back then we'd have snow days all the time, like where you couldn't go to school because it snowed 5 feet of snow overnight. I mean, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it wouldn't be uncommon to snow a foot or two overnight. And so they would just cancel school and you'd have a snow day. So they had to make sure that, because you had to make those up, right? You just can't go, oh, no school today. At the end of the year, you had to make those up. So it seemed like we would always go back a little bit earlier, maybe than other parts of the country because of possible snow days. I don't know. Who knows? All right. I think we should get one of these greens too. Let's see. We're talking about movies. Oh, my newest obsession was the Four Seasons remake of the Ellen Alda movie. It's really good. And then Ms. L said, I loved that movie. What streaming platform is that on? So, my friends, you might be excited to learn of a new product that will be released mid-August, August 15th. If you like to watch shows and you're not sure where you are, which season, which episode you're on, what streaming service it's on, you might be excited about something that's coming August 15th. It's so hard for me. I just want to tell you guys all the things. I want to be like, oh, and then this is coming, and then this. Oh, and then you'll be so excited about this, and then this new tool, and this, and this, and this. It's hard because we've been working on them for a long time, right? When they get to the point where they're hitting the market, we've been working on them for a really long time. So, but I got to keep some secrets. I just have to dangle some carrots. 5-Star Weekend. I haven't. I don't know that one. 5-Star Weekend. Tina Fey, Steve Carell. So last night when we were looking for something to watch, Nick always has the remote. I don't know how it is in your house, but I've never have the remote. And I'm like, stop, wait. Because you're looking at, on Netflix, what to watch. I'm like, wait, that looks like a good one. That looks like a good one. I'm like, add that to our watch list. You add it to the watch list. So now we've got a whole bunch of things on our watch list. And adding to the watch list on the TV, but soon you'll be able to add to a watch list somewhere else. Like maybe a Traveler's Notebook insert. Maybe a themed Traveler's Notebook insert. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Pressure just started streaming on Peacock. Story of prep leading up to D-Day, World War II. Oh, wow. Like kind of historical. It's like historical fiction, but not really fiction, right? But based on a true story. Is it fiction or nonfiction? Ooh, there's one. What did we see? Rafa. There's a documentary about tennis player. That looks really good, I think. 5-Star Weekend. Oh, I know. Yes. Ellen Hillenbrand. That is where she has, I read that, where she brings 5 friends, right? To her house. Isn't that from her life? 5 friends? From her life. Different times in her life. Oh, yeah, that was good. I liked that. And then I remember thinking, oh, who would I invite to my 5-Star Weekend? All right, how are we doing? I think we have a lot. I think we've got a lot. We've got a good assortment, good assorted color and pattern on there. So let's stop there. And then if we think, as we keep going, if we need something else, we'll pull something else. But you guys look at out of one piece of paper, and you might not like fussy cutting, but you can't argue that out of one piece of paper, look at how much you get. And we still have a lot more. That makes your dollar really, really, really stretch, right? All right, so we are going here. Let's see. Let's start. I think we should start with one of these guys, one of the patchworks. And we want to go different sizes, different shapes. So for now, I'm just going to start kind of laying them down. I just thought that this was such a fun idea that Becky did that we just had to do it. I would like these all to overlap just a little bit. All right, what do we need? Maybe, so when we've got a partial like this, if you have a partial, you just tuck it underneath another guy, and then you don't even know it's a partial, right? So you don't have to get rid of your partials. Your partials will work also. Okay, yeah. No, let's do this one next. So see how I'm just making sure I have a nice mix of color and shape. Well, not shape, they're all hearts, Layle. But like this one, I wouldn't put this guy down next to this one because it's got blue and green. It kind of has the same color in it and has flowers. So I'd say, yeah, no, not that one right there. Maybe it's time for another one of these guys, another patchwork. Oh, but I think we better put a big patchwork over here. So let's do a little small patchwork. Okay, we're getting close. Just need a few more, but I am going to need to cut some more, aren't I? I don't have enough. I've got a lot of those grouped pretty close together there. Okay, now I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 flowers there. Flowers, hearts. How the heck am I going to pick up 11 of those now that I've got them placed, and get them back down all in the same spot? Because I'm going to turn 11 pieces into one piece by, whoopsie, darn it, Layle. I'm going to turn 11 pieces into one piece. Let's try that again. By connecting them together with highlighter tape. Repositionable, reusable, so it doesn't stick. Well, it sticks while we want it to stick, and then it will release when I want it to. So I'm basically just hooking all of those together, because then I can pick them up all as one piece instead of 11 pieces. Whoopsie, those aren't. Hang on. Right there. Make sure they're all, got them all. And then we pick it all up as one. And now I turn it over as one with my little glue pen. Whoopsie, that guy moved a little bit. And I don't know, did I lose my guy or was he from another piece? Alrighty, we are going to go right there. Now, what I wanted to do, I gotta come in back here really quick and grab my this stamp set from the Summer Fall Season Pass. Becky used those little flowers, that little grouping of flowers, and that's how she created that cute little border along the bottom. So I need to do this really quickly because I need to get under these guys really, really quick. I should have been paying attention before I did that. So let me grab the pencil board really quick. We want to tuck our pencil board right here under our page so we give ourselves a nice flat surface to stamp on. I pulled Picked Raspberry because Picked Raspberry was one of the colors that I had already swatched, that I knew works with, kind of coordinates with this collection. And all I'm going to do here is come in and kind of rotate, because I don't want this to look like I'm just using the same stamp in the same direction over and over and over again. So if I come in and rotate every time, it will change how that looks. Let's see. Oh, so I just hit the edge of my pencil board there. Okay, so now try this. It kind of worked that way. All right, let's keep going over here. While we've got the stamp out, we might as well keep going over here to kind of create our little border. Whoopsie, we've got a little space right there. kind of a little spot right there. I'm trying to do this pretty quickly, so the key in something like that is just continue to rotate your stamp, or else it will really start to look like you've just kind of, it'll just look too uniform, at least in my opinion, because I don't want it to look uniform. And then we need to do something right here because it's kind of low right here. Let's grab a little sticky note, because I kind of don't want it to really go right there. I just want this to be a few. Mask that off. There we go, even though it's partial. All right, and then let's come over here. Oh, actually, I'm not worried about over here. All right, so this is now stuck down, and we're going to pull all of our little tape off here. Hang on, I've made a mess. I've made a mess. Isn't that border so cute? Let's see. I don't know. You guys are laughing at, oh, let's see. I got rid of one. You guys are laughing about something. I'm missing it. Now I'm like, well, I want to read the chat, but I can't. I'm working. I got work to do here. All right. So now I just come in and pull off all that tape, and I can reuse that. Some of you have mentioned that you use press and seal. I've never tried that. You could certainly try that. Washi, I do not recommend for this, because washi tape, and some of you know because you've experienced this, sometimes with your washi tape, it will actually pull off part of the pattern on your paper or rip the paper, right? We don't want to do that. So now I need to just move something next to me because I need to get something out, because I'm not going to leave it like that. I need a self-healing cutting mat. And if there's ever any question about how long I have been crafting in this industry, this will tell you. Some of you see that and you're like, oh my gosh. Well, first of all, it's very well used and loved, but that brand, right? Way back in the day. All right, this is a self-healing cutting mat. And so what I thought I would do that might be kind of fun to do would be to come in with my X-Acto knife, and I'm actually going to start with my scissors first. I think it'll be a little bit easier if I start with my scissors first. So I'm just coming in and cutting around the outside of this. I don't know what we'll do up there. So now let's try our X-Acto knife. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I'm looking. Oh, here it is. I'm like, I'm the only one that ever comes in here. If it is not here, it's on me. All right, the tape, I don't think we have it in, maybe. Amy, I don't know, do we still have some? If not, I can't get it anymore. I cannot get it anymore. Some of you may have heard about, well, I couldn't get it anymore before this happened, but some of you may have heard about something pretty big that happened in the industry earlier this summer. There is a distributor. So this is kind of supply chain, how supply chain works. In a lot of industries, you have a manufacturer. So you might have someone like, let's just say someone like Echo Park, right? Echo Park is a manufacturer. You have a retailer. So you might have a, brick and mortar store, or, an online store, something like that. The retailer would buy product from the manufacturer. Well, in some cases, you have a distributor. And the distributor would sit in between the manufacturer and the retailer. So in some markets, and this is the case in the craft market, there are some manufacturers that sell direct to retailers, but then they also sell distributors. And the distributors basically have a lot of product from different manufacturers. And if you are a retailer that is buying product, sometimes it's easier to work with a distributor because you can place one order and pay shipping once and get a lot of product from one person, one distributor, right? So there are distributors in the craft industry. There is a very large one called Notions Marketing, and they are in the Midwest. So earlier this summer, there was a big storm, and they lost power. And when power came back on, apparently there was a fire in their facility, and smoke damage, and just not good. And so they were shut down for quite a while they were, I guess, assessing the damage. And about a month later, they came back and said, listen, this is really bad. We have had to lay off all of our staff, 170 or something like that. And we're working with insurance company because the fire caused a couple of different areas of damage. One, things caught on fire, but another one is smoke and water. And so they said, we're going to be shut down for 6 months. And they are closed. So you can't order any product from Notions. So there's some product that I was ordering from Notions that I can't get anymore because Notions isn't there. But other product, I just work directly with the manufacturer. Long story short, that tape, this happened before this happened at Notions, but that tape, Notions wasn't selling it in an easy way for me to get anymore. Long story. But while we're talking, I just thought I'd share interesting information that happens in the industry that if you're not aware, really sad. I mean, luckily no one was hurt, which is good, right? No one was hurt because that would be the first area of concern that someone would be hurt. But that's a pretty big blow. It's kind of a big blow to the industry. All right. So I need to do this on the other side. Now, what I need to be thinking about, what's my list, right? My list is Life's Little Luxuries. So before I do this side, I need to make sure I have enough room for my title. So we'll put the hearts over here on hold for a minute. Let me clean this guy off. But this kind of thing you could do with, we could have done this with that butterfly paper that I cut into, right? I could have done this with butterflies. I could have done this with flowers. Anytime you have a lot of different things, you could make that work along the edge of your page. And you wouldn't have to cut it off like I've cut it off. You could keep it a flat page, but it's kind of fun to then also cut it off. So we'll have a kind of a smaller little list in here. And then I'll just have to figure out what I'm going to do over on this side. Or you could do something like Becky did on her sketch. Basically, I just did the exact same thing, but instead of doing it in the center of my page, I did it at the edge of a page. Okay, now we need our title. So originally I was thinking, and I'm probably going to have to, we'll see what this looks like. I think I'll probably have to alter my thought process here. So let me just make a pretend little border here quick, just so we'll see how this looks. This is going to be really messy because I'm just testing it, all right? And it's not, doesn't have enough ink and all that, but that'll just kind of, give us a place to test. All right. Title. I'm going to stamp, golly, let's get that back in. I'm going to stamp my title. My title is Life's Little Luxuries, and I'm going to use, this is by far the most popular stamp set of the July release, and it is called Cooper Alpha. If you haven't seen this, to see it in action is pretty cool. That is a 6x8 stamp set. It has, I don't know. I don't have the packaging. I don't remember how many stamps it has, but the whole idea behind this Alpha stamp set is to nest different letters. This is, you'll see this when you go to Cooper Alpha, you'll see this as one of the product images, one of the secondary images. This is a kind of an idea sheet that Becky put together to give you some ideas on how you might group or nest some of the letters together. So like when you see this, you see the big T with the long bar across the top, the little R kind of nests right in there. And then you have the little O nests with the big L. So there's some really fun things that you can do with the different size letters and the different letter shapes on this. So if I'm going to do, again, what's this called? Oh, Life's Little Luxuries. So I think what I will do, I think I can stamp here. We may end up going Life's Little, I might have to split this up, right? Luxuries, because it's pretty long. So let's see what happens. I might have, probably should have maybe gone a little bit closer to the edge over here to make sure I had enough room, but we'll see what we do. We shall see. So because I want to use this as inspiration, I'm going to look at the way that some of these letters are nested. Well, look, here's an L and an I together. So I really like the way that looks, right? So we can use a big L with that nice long little loopy loop and the I. Oh, I haven't used these before. So here's what I need to do. Brand new stamp set. Your brand new stamp sets. Any photopolymer stamp, and this is most likely the case with, oh, where did that go? Most likely the case with acrylic too. I don't make acrylic, so I don't know for certain, but we're going to assume it's the case. Your stamps are not ready to be used right out of the package. You need to get them ready for use. You need to primer condition them first. On your stamps, on the back, there is a QR code. You can scan that. That takes you to a free class that I have here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the why you need to do this and the couple of different methods that you can use to do this. So I'm going to use the method that I always use. I use a little white rubber eraser and I'm gently going to erase across the top of the stamps. And as I'm doing that, the why, when photopolymer stamps are made, they create a mold and they're going to pour the liquid polymer into that mold, and the mold is what creates the stamps. But before they pour the polymer in, they spray a release agent. Okay, they add a little, I don't know if they spray it. I think to me, it's kind of like when you bake muffins and you're going to spray the tin first with Pam. So in this case, we are making muffins and we're going to spray the tin or the mold with Pam. So they add a release agent to the mold so that the material, once it sets, the stamp, releases easily from the mold. And there is always the possibility that there is a trace residue of that release agent on your stamps. So if you have ever used a stamp right out of the package, inked it up and stamped with it, and you thought, what? Why does that doesn't look good. Like this, right? Look at that. Do you see how it's all blotchy? It's not supposed to look like that. That is stamped right out of the package before I primed or conditioned this stamp, all right? So once you prime or condition, that is what it looks like, right? That's what it should look like. But that is because there's some release agent still on that stamp. If you've ever wondered why that happens, now you know why. So there's a couple of different ways to do that. And I cover 3 in that little free class, but that's why you want to do that, to get rid of that release agent. You can't see it. It's nothing to peel off or anything, but it's there. So once I do that, I like to clean it off, right? Because there might be a few eraser tailings on that. So I'm just using my stamp chamois to clean that off. And you'll notice I did the whole stamp set at once. That takes far less time to do the whole stamp set at once versus, oh, I want to use this stamp and then just conditioning that one. Next thing you want to do is you want to dry that. If you're getting ready to stamp right away, you want to dry it because depending on what kind of ink you're using, if you are using an ink that's water reactive, like a pigment-based ink, if there's any moisture still on that stamp, then it will react to the ink and it will make your ink look different. It can make your ink look different than maybe you were intending. So that is all ready to go now. When it comes to stamping a title, my personal preference is to stamp each letter at a time, especially if you are using this stamp set. You pretty much have to use each letter at a time. The reason for that is if I want my I to nest where that L is, right? I can't get the I there because there's all of that extra polymer there to help make this stable. right? So I can't get my I in there unless I stamp my letters individually. So let's take our L here. Let me get that closer to me so I can see. All right. So what I was thinking, I originally had mowed lawn pulled out. And I don't know, I thought that might be a fun contrast there instead of black. Right in here. Oh, yeah. Okay. We know that's not going to work, right? I mean, it does work, but for me, that's too hard to see. I thought that might be fun, but it's not going to be fun. So for me, maybe fun for you, but not for me. So I am going to switch to a black. And that is why I stamped those little letters there first, because how else would I know? Otherwise, I wouldn't know. Virginia said, I didn't like stamping when I started because I didn't know this and I thought it was a bad stamp, right? A bad stamp or a bad user, a bad stamp or a bad stamper, because a lot of times we think it's us. Well, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. Like, what did I do wrong? I thought stamping was easy, but clearly I'm not good at it. Yeah, we just didn't know, right? We didn't know that we need to do that. That makes a world of difference. So I cleaned that off and now we'll go to black. Oh yeah, right? So there we go. Let's start our title. I need to add my my pencil board again. Pencil board, if that's a new concept to you, that is a hard flat surface that slides underneath whatever you are stamping on, right? Since we can't take the page out, if we can take the page out and stamp directly on our work surface, that's much easier, but we can't. So life's little, I don't think little luxuries will fit here. You know what? We're just going to make it work. There's my L. I will clean it, but I won't put it away because we will need it again. Ms. L, I created a little kit with all the stamp tools I need for stamping, erasers, chamois, blocks, etc. Otherwise, I'd misplace all the pieces. That goes in my drawer, and that has... when I clean up, once my stamp chamois is dry, that goes in there. My stamping block goes in there. My my microfiber cloth goes in there. I agree with you. It just all goes in there, so it's all right there when I need it. Hello, Miss Vicky Booten. Are you calling me pretty? You didn't even see my face today. I get to see Vicky in, I don't know, 3 days. Wednesday. We're teaching together at the event. All right, so remember, we are nesting. We're nestling our little I in with the L. So maybe I should test it first to make sure I know what I'm doing, like where exactly I want it to go. It looks like it goes right there. So it's in with that little loop. Remember, you've got this little cheat sheet, and you see that on the website. Look at what I did. I printed it and cut it, and guess what? It lives in the stamp storage sleeve with this stamp set. So anytime I want to play, I have that fun little reference to be like, oh, what should I do? Let me get this closer to me. L-I, life's little, watching from the pool. I love that for you. I love that for you, Vicky. You deserve it. You work hard. We work hard. I don't know. It's Vicky and I talk about this all the time. Having your own business is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of heart. It's a lot of work, right? It's a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of freedom, but there's also just a lot, right? I think we'll do this big F. So, for example, look at the Fs. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 different versions. For most letters, you have 3 or 4, but like a C, a C is just kind of a C. So you can kind of play around with what you think that you'd like to do. Isn't that a fun stamp set? It's funny. When I did the walkthrough or the release, the reveal, unboxing, whatever you want to call it, and we talked about that little cheat sheet, a couple of people said, oh my gosh, so glad for that cheat sheet. That is what made me decide I wanted to buy the stamp. And I'm like, yeah, me too. When we were working on this stamp set and all the different variations, actually, we use this font in one of the upcoming collections in Holidays that will launch at the end of August. But when we were working with this font, I said, Becky, because she used the font in that collection, I said, oh my gosh, I love this font. I said, but I tell you what I'm going to need. I'm going to need a cheat sheet because I think if I need it, I think people are going to need a cheat sheet. They're going to want a cheat sheet for all the kind of different ideas on how you can make these little letters work together. Because like this little E can kind of come right in there. So it kind of nestles under the F. All right. So stamping like this, one letter at a time, takes longer, but you get so much more control, right? So much more control over it. And when it comes to whatever you're storing all your tools in, a Tupperware. You don't have to have anything fancy. Pop it in a Tupperware. Oh, okay. I need my little apostrophe here for Life's Little Luxuries. Oh, I didn't do my either, did I? Whoopsie. I just went rogue. Life's. It's also a comma. Your apostrophe also doubles as a comma. Hold the sheet up again. This one? That? That's on the website. So that, if you go to the Cooper Alpha Stamp Set, you'll see that as a secondary image. You can just click on it and save it to your computer or your camera roll or whatever, and then I just print it out from there. You know what we can do, though, too? We could do a really quick and easy blog post that has that information as well. And when I say we, Amy, will you do that? Will you make a note to do that when you have a spare second? Just a quick... Oh, you know what? No, you know what? Amy, will you just shoot me an email and remind me and I'll do it? Life's Little Luxuries. So what's one of your life's little luxuries? What would be on your list? What would be on your list? Tell me. You're going to hear a bunch of mine in a sec. I already told you a few of them. Oh, and look, we can do the same. Okay, Life's Little Luxuries. I think we can make that work. I think it'll work here. It's going to be tight, but we'll have to figure out how we're going to do over here. Or, I don't know. I think it would just look too weird if I did Litt. Okay, let's have a quick poll. Tell me, friends, what do you think? And I'm going to cut a few more letters while I'm getting your opinion. What do you think we should do here? Oh, air conditioning. Yes, air conditioning. I love it. I got to add that. Tell me, friends, what do you think here? Should I do Li and then should I split the title across all of this? Or do you feel like I should do Little Luxuries over here? Because really the L and the I would go here and then the rest would go here. So, well, actually, I'm going to add you guys some really good things. Indoor plumbing, yes. Indoor plumbing. Air conditioning, yes. Different flavor of coffee every morning. Online shopping. Look at all these ideas you guys have. I love it. All right, but tell me what you think I should do here. What do you think? Split, bidet. Oh, yeah, a bidet. Yes, definitely. I am right with you there. I would add that to my list as well. I will add a bidet. We have one of those. Indoor plumbing. There was another one I wanted to add. All right, tell me, split. All right, I have one person that says no splitting. Split. Okay, splitting. So when we say split, we mean Life's over here and then Little Luxuries over here, right? Yeah, I think. Oh, I know, Amy, but if I do that over here, that'll take forever, right? If I test it over here, it will take forever because I'd have to do them all and then come back and do them all. Which if it was probably just me, I would probably do that. No, I wouldn't. I'd be too lazy. I'd be like, I'm just going to pick and do it. Just going to pick and go. So we're going to pick and go. We're going to split Life's and then Little Luxuries. Dishwasher. Beach towels. Yes, I love it. Lil. So I think we can fix it. I think we can make it fit. Got it, Colleen. Thank you. I love it. I think we can make it fit. We're going to make it fit. Because look at, they all nestle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can do a little math here. Little, and then luxuries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we've got 15 spaces that we need. And if this takes up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if 5 take up about 1.5 inches, so 5 equals 1.5, so 15 equals 4.5, right? That math, I think that maths, doesn't it? So 4.5 inches would mean we need 4.5 inches. Ooh, it's going to take us to about right here, isn't it? About right there. So we'll make it work. This side's going to be a little bit narrower than this side. Okay, so we kind of best of both worlds there. Best of both worlds in doing a little bit of analytical thinking without having to, test up every letter. All right, back to here again. So I've got everything is out of sorts now. Where'd my stamps go? Letters go. We're going to keep, isn't that perfect? We can use our big L, like Laverne on her shirt. Laverne and Shirley. I always wanted a shirt with a big L like that. Life's little. Oh, and then what's fun with the T? Look at this. So the T's you have a T that has a bar stretching this way and stretching this way. So we could do, this T will go this way. The I is under. Let's start with that. And now I want to see what all your life's little luxuries are. Scented candles. Yes, scented candles. All right. I know I could. That's another idea. Vikash says I could start stamping backwards and then see whether I split or not. I would just have to see where I start stamping backwards, right? Because I want to have a little bit of room here. No right or wrong way. We're just doing it, though. We're just going in. Life's little luxuries. The only right way is to make sure we spell it right, and we just hope. Right? Virginia, is there a class on this? I'm struggling with coming and watching. I know, me too. I'm struggling with like working and talking and watching and reading and trying to comment and see what you guys are saying. And yeah, it's fun, but sometimes it's a little challenging to try to, and then try to spell things correctly too when I'm doing all this at the same time. It's like the ultimate of walking and talking and chewing gum and all of that. All right, let's go with our T now, because the T that we chose will make it so that we can, I believe. Oh, okay. No. All right, so let me show you. Whoops, I haven't been testing. I should be testing. Let me just show you. Well, I won't show you because I don't have those other letters. I forgot to test. I'm not going to use that T because if I use that T, it would make it go way taller. So I will use the opposite T. The exact same thing. It's just longer on the right instead of on the left. The difference, right? So we can put a little letter over here instead of one over here because the I was already there, which would make that T with the extra line on the left, it would make it too tall for me. But now we can put a little T under there. I'm just so glad to have that little cheat sheet too. And look, here's a little T. Little T. I think I've told you guys the story before about Jack and the big T. In case you haven't heard it, I'll tell it while I'm just working here. I moved to Utah when I was in 4th grade, so I've been here a really long time. Nick, born and raised in Utah. We are not of the LDS religion. Latter-day Saints, Mormons, whatever you want to call it, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We are not of that religion. And so when we started to have kids, we're like, that is not our religion, but because it is so prominent in this community, we really feel like we should give our kids a religious education. My mom was super Catholic. She was raised super Catholic, and so much so that it kind of sent her the other direction. So I was not raised with a religion, and Nick wasn't either. But we thought, for our kids, we'd like to give them some kind of religious education. So we had two other couples that still to this day, we all went to college together and they're our best friends, and they had kids, around the same time that we were having kids. And so we decided we were going to go church shopping. So we were going to check out a couple of different churches and see what we liked and thought would work for us. So, 12 of us, you've got 6 adults and 6 kids. We go first to an Episcopalian church. And Sam, our younger son, was the youngest of all the 6 kids at the time. Little luxuries. I think we're going to fit. So he was the youngest of all the kids at the time. And he was I think he was maybe 9 months old. And this church had a little nursery, all the kids could go in, but they said, oh, but he's too young. A parent has to stay. And I said, well, I'll stay. So I stayed with all the kids in the little nursery while everyone else went to the service. And kids are playing. And at one point, I don't know, because we did not continue there for no reason, but the pastor or the priest, and forgive me, I don't know in that religion what it's called, but the guy comes into the nursery to do a lesson with the kids, and he's got this long white robes on, and he has all the little kids get in line behind him. And so Jack pushes his way to the front. Jack's 3, but Jack was 9 pounds 10 ounces when he was born, so Jack could easily push his way to the front of the line. He pushes his way to the front of the line, and he's standing behind the guy. And he taps him, because he can't even reach his shoulder. He taps him, however he taps him. And I'm watching this all go down. And he goes, excuse me. And the guy turns around and he goes, yes, in a nice, calm voice. And he said, hey, what's the big T for? Well, the guy was walking in with a 5 or 6 foot, probably 6 foot cross. And, he's, and Jack, what's the big T for? Yeah. Because, see, no religious education. It's cross. We'd never had a reason to talk to Jack about a cross before. So it was kind of funny. So I'm just like, oh my goodness, I can't even believe that happened. But, it was all good. And so, let's see. We've got a couple different U's. I feel like we should go with the little U. Little U. And so, that was funny. I don't even remember what the guy said. I don't even know how he just explained it. He was probably like, oh my gosh, he's probably like, I can't even explain that now, young man. So to a 3-year-old, right? So anyhow, the rest of the kids, they're playing and all that. So at the end of the service, the adults, everybody goes into a room together, I guess. There's coffee and donuts or whatever. And, we're getting ready to leave. And Jack's friend, Thomas, who's same age, also same height and same build back then, walks up to, somebody says to the families, oh, we're so happy to have you here. We hope you come back. We hope to see you again, whatever. And Thomas, just little kids out of the mouth of babes, he goes, my dad doesn't like it here. We're not coming back. It was just one of those, you're like, oh, okay. So that was the one and only church that we shopped. I don't know. We had best of intentions after that, but we're like, okay, that we just didn't end up, we just didn't end up going to any church. But yeah, that's the funny. What's the big T for? So anytime I pull a T, I'm like, or especially like that, there's a big T and a little T. What's the big T for? Yes. Okay. We need another U. Now we can go with a different U because we don't need it. Ooh. Okay. I think we should go with this U. Isn't the U fun like that? Because see how the U is taller on one side than the other? That is so if you had like a T next to it, like if you were spelling Utah, you could take that T and it would nestle right above that U. Such a fun font. But we'll have an R going next, so it won't quite work, but it'll still be fun. It's just, there's so many different possibilities on how to use the stamp set. It's just so fun. Life's little luxuries. I know, out of the mouths of babes, right? Oh, Jack, the stories with Jack, I tell you. Since I'm just, continuing to stamp here, I'll just kind of tell you a few more. I was pregnant. I was pregnant with Sam. Jack was about 2.5 years old, and we had gone down to southern Utah with Nick's family. Okay, oh yes, we're going to use the swoopy R. We've gone down to southern Utah, and Nick's sister, one of Nick's sisters, wanted to go in Moab, there's a river through like canyons. So it's going through a canyon, like really high canyon walls. And you could go through this, you could take a boat tour at night. And they would like shine lights up on the petroglyphs on the cliff. I mean, it was really cool. And so we're like, okay, this will be good. So Sam, there's two kids with us. There's Seth, who is Sam's, or our nephew, who is maybe a year older than Jack, and then Jack. Jack's like 2.5. And so, we get on this boat, and we've never really been on a boat before with Jack. And, you're going through a river. It's not, it's normal. It's not like crazy or anything at night. But the guys that are running this little boat say, there's benches on the boat. And they're like, listen, everyone, as you're getting on, please let elderly people and young people, they need to be at the end, right? Be at the end. And people just go on because they want to get where they want to sit and whatever. And Nick's getting all bent out of sorts. He's like, people aren't listening and whatever. So we sit down and we are like penned in. Like we're, everybody goes in one side and then you have to everybody go out that side. There's no way to get out this side. So we're all the way over here against the side. You can't get out because everyone is over here, right? So we can't get out. And I don't know, it's like you'd like to say it was a 3-hour tour, like Gilligan's Island, a 3-hour tour, because some people would probably consider it as that before the trip ended. But, so I don't know, maybe about 20 minutes in, not long in, Jack says, all done. And he's sitting on my lap. And I'm like, oh, haha, and I start bouncing him or whatever. And he's like, all done. And I'm like, oh, Lord. All done. And he starts getting louder. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, give me a sippy cup of juice. And he gets the juice out of the thing. Give it to Jack. He's quiet for a few minutes. And then again, all done. And I'm like, oh no. So now I'm like digging through the diaper bag. I'm like, oh my gosh, do we have anything? Like, is there a sucker in there? Like, what can I do to, Well, he progresses to say, all done, over and over and over again. And then it gets louder and it gets way more distressed. And at one point he's like, all done. And he's like screaming. And you know what? I am like panic and tense, and I'm probably sweating buckets, and because I'm so stressed, because we're on this boat tour and it's supposed to be amazing. It's supposed to be beautiful and serene and quiet, and you're looking at the canyon walls, and they have this beautiful relaxing music playing, and a guy's trying to talk and explain what you're seeing, and all you can hear is a little kid, all done, and just repeatedly all done. And I'm mortified. I'm like, oh my gosh, because it's like being on an airplane with a baby that's upset or a kid that's upset. There's not a lot that you can do. You're kind of trapped. And so, I mean, at least if we'd been on the edge, I would have been able to stand up with him and kind of bounce him around, or I don't know. So we're getting off the boat. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I don't want anybody to see me because I feel so, I feel so mortified. And a couple of elderly women who are probably my age now, right, just stopped me and said, honey, it's okay. We've all been there. Don't feel bad. And I'm like, oh gosh, so that made me feel a little bit better. And then I'm carrying Jack back to the car, and he has he has explosive diarrhea. And it goes out his diaper and out. No, you know what? He was potty trained. But I think we put a diaper on him. I don't remember. Anyhow, explosive diarrhea, and it goes everywhere, and it's all over me, and I'm pregnant mom, and I've got my big tummy, and then the baby a toddler who's diarrhea everywhere, who's been screaming on the whole boat ride the whole time, all done. Yeah. Anyhow, so that was we've got some fun Jack stories. All right. So now that I see this, I think what I am going to do, I don't know that we need all of these over here. I think I like this just like this. I think I like just this page being short and then the rest of it being full. So that's what we're going to do. Let's get out our little black pen here and make our little outline like this. Oh, I feel like we should keep going here. And stop there, right? Oh, maybe we should go up here a little bit, right to there. All right, so there is start of our list. That's been a bit, hasn't it? Okay, so now what I need to think. We're gonna have another. I need another opinion here. We have another poll. So, question here is: as I'm writing the things on my list, do I go all the way across, or do I do like you would traditionally do in a book and go here and then over here again? So let me have a quick sip of water, hydration break. If you've not been drinking anything, please grab something to drink. And tell me which way you think I should do it. Oh, Virginia, I love it. Virginia just said, my thanks for Layle and all of you. I was so out of sorts with knee pain and dealing with incompetent roof people. I am now laughing. I'm glad we could get your mind off of knee pain and incompetent people. All the way across, like the title. Yep, I think it. I think you guys, and it's pretty much unanimous. Like the 5 of you that have commented have all said the same thing. So there we go. All right, now I do need a bullet stamp. I need a bullet stamp. So let's look. This may be, I think we'll go with, let's go with this guy. So I have some really small bullet stamps and bullets and more. But this might be fun to use this guy. Hang on. I'm just stretching. So bullets and more, we have a little teeny tiny one, but I feel like I'm going to do this one. I feel like it just needs something a little bit larger. So, actually, how about this? There's really 4, I guess, that I could use from this. This is the new all seasons stamp set. So it's your mini icons with everything, kind of all of your seasons and holidays, everything in one stamp set. Anything that has a heart, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was thinking that, but that could be fun, that little grouping. Let's go with the grouping. And I think what we might do, now I have not used this stamp set yet, but I'm going to shortcut it. I'm just going to do this. This is another way that you can prime or condition your stamps. You can actually stamp with them, right? You can stamp with them before you use them. Now, if I wasn't trying to hurry, I would just go ahead and prime that whole sheet. But that's another way. You can just stamp it a bunch of times until basically you've stamped off any of that residue. So I think I might use that green as my little grouping, my little bullets. I think that's what we're going to do. Oopsie. Got a little ink on my fingers. Oh yes, the weather. So all seasons was one that was part of July. And this guy, that mini icons weather, that's a really fun one too. That one we've needed for a long time. All right, so life's little luxuries. There's my little bullet grouping. So let's go to my list here and see what my life's little luxuries were. Waking up. Without an alarm. Either before or without, right? Before or without. Oh yes, Maritza, we've had 2 giveaways today, but guess what? I think it's time for another one. Should we do another one now? And guess what I think it should be? Should it be this? Should it be this guy? Cooper Alpha? I mean, all giveaways are good, right? Anything free is good. But that's a big one. That's a 6x8 stamp set. So let's do Cooper Alpha. You guys know me, I'll forget. I just get going and playing and I forget that we have things to do, like do giveaways. Giveaways, if you haven't participated in a live giveaway before, it's through the chat. So just start commenting, start chatting away, and then in a little bit I will stop and scroll my finger up, and wherever my finger stops, that person will win. Where are we? Waking up without an alarm. Indoor plumbing, right? I like to go camping in an RV that has indoor plumbing and a shower and a queen size bed and sheets and lots of things like that, right? That's definitely a luxury. Also, a bidet. We got one of those, I don't know, probably during the pandemic. Sam's an electrician, so our younger son, so he was able to add an outlet in the bathroom because, well, you don't have to have one, but ours is heated seat, which is nice. But you see them all over Japan. It's definitely a thing there. Another one, TSA pre-check. When you're traveling, TSA pre-check is definitely a luxury, a life's little luxury. That makes life much easier. Let's see. Okay, now, well, I can't ask yet. Trish, you work in the RV industry. Oh, I love it. I love it. Washer and dryer. Yes, right? A washer and dryer at home. I just saw that. Washer and dryer at home. Early on in our marriage, let's see. When we got married, Nick had a house and I had a condo. We sold my condo, moved into his house. And when we moved to our second home, we found a new home. We put an offer on it contingent upon the sale of our house. And we put now our house on the market and it sold within a day. And we're like, oh no, we didn't have nowhere to go. So we had to move into an apartment for like 6 weeks. And that was pretty much the one and only time that I've had to go somewhere to, like a laundromat to wash our laundry. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's definitely a luxury. A little luxury, right? That probably a lot of us, overlook, right? We may overlook that. A window seat on the airplane. And it might not seem like a luxury until you are having to sit in a center seat on the airplane, right? With two really big guys next to you and you're kind of like all folded up. To me, a freshly vacuumed floor, which in my house is a lot. I love to vacuum, but there's something about a freshly vacuumed floor. Just a, Hallmark Christmas movie, right? Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get a few more, and then I'll do the price. This one. A clean kitchen before bed. That's a big one, right? That's a big one. And look at, I guess some of these cost money, but most of these don't cost money, right? Air conditioning. Oh, yes. Air conditioning. But for some people, that's a huge luxury, right? It's a huge luxury. Ooh, Italian ice. All right. Okay, let's stop and let's do our giveaway. Hairdressers. Yeah, right? Hairdresser. Virginia, I have been known to put dirty dishes in with clean and rerunning again. Yeah, I'm sure you're not the first. Ice. Yeah, I have ice on my ice in a drink. That is a luxury. You know what, though? Some people don't like ice in a drink. You go to Europe, it's kind of less common to have ice in your drink there, or maybe just a little bit. Electric kettle. They're luxuries. They don't have to be free, right? Yeah, it can be whatever we want, right? Sunglasses. Oh, Ms. L, isn't that interesting? Sunglasses. Didn't get my first pair until I was an adult. What a difference made to my everyday life. No daily headaches, right? I love this. It's a car. Heated car seat. Oh, heated car seats. Yep. All right, I'm going to stop. You know what? We will get as far as the things are on my list for this, but I was planning on having about this much less space because I was going to do this on both sides, but we'll get as far as we have on my list and then I'll finish it later. All right, so let me stop and scroll. This is for the Cooper Alpha stamp set and it goes to Trickster Girl 75. Trickster Girl 75, congratulations. please send an email to Trickster Girls. Please send an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put what you want, Cooper Alpha. And in the body of the email, please give us your name and mailing address, and the team will get that sent out to you next week. Next week. Oh my gosh, loads of things. Loads. Clean sheets, yes. Clean sheets. I know I have that on my list too. Hot water, right? Well, we could say unlimited hot water, but we don't have unlimited hot water. But I mean, hot water, especially for like, and a nice hot shower, right? That's for sure. So for me, a little luxury is a cleaning lady. A cleaning lady. That to me, and there has been a time in my life when I was in software for a really long time and was making very nice money, and made the decision for lots of reasons to change my job. And I went to work in 2005 for a company called Scenic Route. Some of you remember that company. And I took a huge cut in pay, like a 75% cut in pay. I mean, it was a drastic cut in pay. And as Nick and I were talking about, that decision, because that was a big decision I wouldn't make on my own, because, we're a partnership. And he said, so some things are going to have to go. We're going to really have to tighten our belt. And I'm like, I know. And he said, we have no cleaning lady. And I'm like, oh, I know. It'll be fine. We'll clean. And he did help me clean. And that lasted about 2 months. Every Saturday we would clean. And after 2 months of that, we're like, we're going to let something else go. We won't go out to dinner, whatever it is. So cleaning lady. I mentioned before that we have some friends coming over for dinner tonight. And our cleaning lady was out of town this week. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh no. And I asked my mom, her cleaning lady, she couldn't do it either. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So Nick said, we'll do it. It's fine. We'll do it. We'll do it together. And then my mom, because when I asked my mom about her cleaning lady, she's like, I'll come and help you. I'm like, Mom, you are 80 years old. You are not going to come and clean our house with me. And she's like, no, of course I will. Anyhow. So Thursday late afternoon, I get a text from our cleaning lady and she goes, Layle, I came back early. Do you want me to come tomorrow? And I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, I'm like, I couldn't hit yes fast enough when I texted her back. So yes, cleaning lady, that is very much. And I have and will go out with I have gone without a lot of things, and I will in the future if I ever have to go without a lot of things in order to have that, because that just makes a huge deal in my life. It is a luxury. Absolutely. Absolutely is a luxury. A clean craft room. For sure. Well, a craft room is definitely a luxury. Oh my gosh, that should have been at the top of my list. I could have had one glimmer. Didn't even make it. I could have had one glimmer for the month of July, and it would have been Sandra coming home from her trip a day early. That would have been the glimmer for the whole month. All right, clean craft room. Fresh flowers. Fresh flowers. I love fresh flowers. And they are a luxury, right? Nick is very good about buying me flowers, but he buys them at the grocery store. Stargazer lilies, and he can get them at the grocery store. And so they're a luxury, but not as much of a luxury as if he had to, have them ordered and sent to me. A first cup of coffee. And then a second. All right, I will end up finishing what is on my list. Then I'm gonna have to come back. I'm gonna have to come back and really be thinking more, right? Really be thinking more. Oh, here's another one. A new notebook. Just a new notebook. That makes me happy. This could also be an alternate title. It could be things that make me happy, right? Did I already put, I had clean sheets, yes. A warm towel right out of the dryer. I remember every so often when our kids were little, I would like you'd get them out of the bath and have like a warm towel right there for them, and there's nothing like just being all wrapped up in a warm towel, right? A made bed. That costs nothing, but I tell you, I walk into my bedroom and the bed's not made, then I don't know, it just sets me off kind of, right? It just, maybe it doesn't set me off, but it makes me a little uneasy, but it's more psychological, like, you know, lighting a candle. Did I already write that? I don't think I did. Well, if I did, it'll be on there twice. It will be extra special then. It's a double luxury if it's on there twice, unintentionally. Oh, I've got fresh flowers on my list over here twice. Oopsie, not a pencil. Opening the windows in the fall after a long, hot summer. And fresh air, right? That is a luxury. That is a luxury that not everyone in the world has, for sure. An empty dishwasher. A dishwasher just after it's emptied. This could be a list that, well, I won't finish it today because I'll have to really think about more things. I won't be able to finish it today, but it will get finished. Clean countertops. I am a person that the countertops have to be clean. And there's not a lot of clutter on them, because if there is, it just unsettles me. And it's a weird, like, subconscious thing. Extra guacamole. And sometimes when you go to a restaurant and guacamole is not included, and then you get guacamole, and then you're like, oh, that's a luxury. Especially when they make it for you at the table. A programmable thermostat. I like it. That's a good one. Programmable thermostat. That's a good one too. Oh, I love that. Mary Pat said, Vicky Booten classes are my current luxury that I love. Yeah, right? I love that. Pam said, love guacamole, not so many places include it, right? Streaming services. I mean, that's definitely, Netflix and Paramount and Disney Plus and Apple TV and HBO and Showtime. And it's like, oh my gosh, seriously? Fresh berries. Well, any fresh fruit, really, right? Fresh fruit. When I was growing up, I just remember a lot of canned fruits and vegetables. I just, that's just what I remember. A front row parking spot. Nick's motto is, can't get a front row spot if you don't try. Live concerts. Concerts and live music. Later this week, Nick and I are going to Post Malone. Post Malone, this will be the third time for me. He's playing in Utah. Hearing your favorite song. I've kind of got I guess my list is kind of a little bit mixture of probably things that make me happy and then nice little luxuries. It's kind of a blend, isn't it? Checking things off my to-do list. Oh, I know another one. Life's little luxury in my world is having actually I've got two here. Having an electrician and a chef in the family. Those are definitely luxuries because Sam can do all kinds of things. In fact, he and Nick yesterday were at the warehouse installing a ginormous ceiling fan. Like the blades are like 5 feet long to try to help with the heat in there. And then Chef, of course. And then another life's little luxury is having someone cook dinner for you every night. And that is Nick. My husband does all the cooking in our house. I do not cook. I never learned how to do it. And it's just, that's the way it's always been in our family. I just saw somebody said, manicure and pedicure. Yes, definitely luxuries. Now, although can't be a business expense, my accountant has said, yeah, no, not a business expense. But I'm like, but my hands have to look nice. I'm filming. People are watching. It's part of my business. He's like, yeah, no, don't do it. We're not even going to try to do that because it's a red flag. Don't even try. Let's see, what else do I have here? Stargazing. Being able to see the stars. Having nice clear skies to be able to see the stars. A perfectly stamped image. Having multiples of things when I run out. So that's a luxury, right? Having that you can purchase extra things so that when you run out, you have them. A perfectly juiced stamp head, right? Yeah, right. I know, Virginia. I have had gel. I mean, I've used the same nail lady and I have just same gel color on my nails. I think we figured out for 8 or 9 years. So it would, yeah, if I didn't, I don't know if I did, it's hard to know if I wouldn't, if I let my nails go. Perfume. I love perfume. Like, I love perfume. Like, if I get up and I'm not getting in the shower and I'm just bumming around the house and whatever, I still put perfume on. I always, always, always wear perfume. It's just a thing. Enough money for retirement. That's a big one. That is a huge one. Enough money for retirement. And this is not a little luxury. This is a giant luxury, but healthcare, right? Healthcare. Sam, our younger son, is health care. He is quickly approaching in December. He'll be 26. 26 is that magical age in the United States where you can no longer be under your parents' insurance. So Sam is now getting ready to get a real feel for what it's like if he does not have, well, okay, he will have a health insurance. That's not an option. In our family, that's not an option. You have to have health insurance. And he has health insurance that he can purchase through his work. But he's also an electrician. You really need to have health insurance. So even though there's workers' comp and whatever, but that's a luxury, right? That is a luxury. And I will tell you, if he couldn't afford health insurance, we would pay for it for him because it's that big of a deal to us. That big of a deal to us. Let's see. Virginia's talking about like the free insurance in other countries, and it's not free. Nothing is free, right? They may not have to pay for their health insurance, but they pay for it in other ways, right? Typically, they pay much higher taxes, much higher taxes. So it's yeah, nothing's free. We know nothing in world is free. This is a little luxury or a big luxury. Headache free days. some days that feels like all the luxury in the world. It's like, that's all I need is please give me a headache-free day. All right, all right. Do I have everything else on my list? I think I just about have everything. I got front row parking spot, I think. Oh, I did, yeah. Because we talked about that. Smell of campfire. I'd really like to finish this. Yes, dear. Books. Those are definitely luxury to me. Hi, what are you doing?
My list you made me for
Oh,
today.
Nick's got a big to-do list. He does. He does.
A slaving away list.
You are slaving away. Shelly said, are the images from the all-season stamp set different than the ones on the mini icon seasonal sets? They are. Yep, they're all. So when we released the all-season stamp sets, I talked about how we've had some of those mini icons stamp sets around for quite a while. And as we've sold out of them a number of times, and I've reordered and reordered and reordered. And it came to the point again where I needed to reorder probably 4 or 5 sets. And I said, you know what? I think it's time to start to retire some of those sets and then come up with a stamp set that kind of covers everything. So they are totally different. A caring husband, yes. That's a big one. Right? That's a huge one for sure. And this is kind of a fun conversation starter, you guys. So if you're with friends or maybe people you haven't met before, or, I don't know, and you need something to break the ice, this would be a, what's one of your life's little luxuries, right? What's one of your life's little luxuries? Time to craft and enjoy hobbies. That is a little luxury that I haven't necessarily had time for lately. But here's another one. Travel. That is more like a big one. That is, like I said, that's such an important part of my life. Is travel and the ability to travel and experience new things and people. Yes, Harvey. That's a big one. Harvey. The RV. Our Harvey. Yeah, that's definitely a nice luxury. Okay, I'm on. I need we're just seriously, we're almost done. The smell after a good rain. I like that smell. Fresh smell of fresh cut grass, right? Listing with Layle. Oh, that's a fun one. Oh, yes, a nice mattress. Absolutely. A good mattress. I don't know. I read something years ago that said you really shouldn't skimp on a mattress because you spend a third of your life sleeping, and so it's important, right? Lifelong friends. That's another one. Whoops. Lifelong friends. Water from the hose. I loved that, right? Water from the hose way back then. All right. So that actually, I think that can do it, because I think what I will do is I think I will put a little word strip sticker right there. So, oh, golly, my legs are stiff now. Let me grab the word strip stickers from the summer fall season pass. Let's see what we have there. I mean, we don't need one of those, but let's see. Come on. Reflective, living with intention, meaningful, right? Any of those would work. Let's see what we'd like to put there. Let's see. So what'll be interesting, we'll have to figure this out between Amy and Becky when it comes time for the reflective, living with intention. When it comes time for the idea book, because Living with intention. Living with intention is not the right one because it does not fit. We need something a little bit. How about reflective? Reflective. Meaningful. Meaningful. Let's see if meaningful fits. Meaningful. There we go. Meaningful. Okay. There we go. Because when it comes time to photographing this, we're going to need a lot of drop shadow over there, right? So you can see that that was cut out. Okay. I need a date. We need to date this. So let's do, oh, you know what? Let's do a little roller date stamp. How about under there? So today is July 27th? No, 25th? I think. Oh, wait, I have it here. July 25th. Yeah, July 25th. All right, so as we wrap this one up, let's just talk about a couple things. Let's talk about inspiration and pulling inspiration from something. And this could be pulling inspiration from something that you see someone else do. It could be pulling inspiration from something that you've done in the past. It could be pulling inspiration from a magazine, something that's not related to what you're doing at all. You can always find inspiration in a lot of different places. And sometimes it could be doing the exact thing that they did, right? So when we come back to this, let's come back to where we started with this sketch that Becky did for the summer fall season pass. That was a traveler's notebook sketch, right? And I was very much inspired by that. But what I took from that was this and that. And then kind of cutting it here, right? So now when you look at those two side by side, you can absolutely see how I was inspired by that, but it's not the exact same thing, right? So when you're looking for inspiration, think maybe a minute longer about how you might use it a little bit differently than it is. Because maybe you look at this and you're like, you know what? I don't do traveler's notebooks at all. I'm not even gonna look at this sketch. Well, you could do this exact same thing on a 12 by 12 scrapbook page, or you could do that on a card, or you could do it on a tag, or you could do it in a planner. You know, you could do that in a lot of different things besides how it was originally designed, right? Okay. So we are ready for, what are you doing, Reg? Hi, buddy. What you doing? Did you come to see us? We'll see. We'll see if he's going to let us work here. We have one more list to do. And I've got another inspiration that we're going to work from. Yes, Pinterest is a great place for inspiration. We have 4 idea books that are great places for inspiration, not only from list topics, but different designs or techniques or interactive elements. With the idea books, if you are not familiar, let me just pull one out really quick. Oh, guess where Reggie has decided he wants to lay down? He is laying down on the pile of paper that I just put on the floor that we've been working with. All right, so with the idea book, there's a really important page at the beginning of all of the idea books. And it's this one, using this idea book, because what it shows you, well, it shows you Reggie right there, but what it shows you is that in the idea book, you have the image of the list, right? And then you have 3 pieces of information, the date, the video, and then the timestamp. What this means, when you buy the physical version of the idea book and check out from the website, you automatically receive an email. Like as soon as you check out, it's all automated, you get an email. The email has a link to download the digital version of the idea book. Because in the digital version, if you pull up, let's say for example, this list, that link is a hot link in the digital version, which means you can click on it and it will take you to this video, this listing session. You fast forward to the 2-hour and 7-minute mark, and that's where I make that list. So besides being a book of pretty pictures to look at, you can go to the lists and see them being made if you want. All right. So different ways to get your inspiration. All right, let's clean this one up and then we'll move on to our last list. And I will talk about our last list as I'm cleaning up. Our third list is in the news. In the news is a list that we've been doing, oh my gosh, going all the way back to the pandemic. We started doing in the news in 2020, so 6 years. And it is basically just a list of news events that happen. Back in 2020, when we were in the middle of the pandemic and no one was going anywhere, when I started doing the About Last Month list. And that's a list that I do at the end of every month or start of a new month, where I just recap what I did during the month, what happened. Well, back then in the pandemic, there wasn't a lot happening. So I was combining in the news and About Last Month in the same list. Well, these days, and not long after everything opened up again with the pandemic, there was more happening in my life, and so I realized I could not put in the news and About Last Month on the same list. I had too many things, so we split it up. We do an in the news list every month. Sometimes we get behind and we put two in the same list, and that's what we're doing today. This is in the news for May and for June. Here's the deal with this list, and I make a commitment to you guys, and you make a commitment to me, that it is facts only. It is indisputable facts. Like, for example, one of the things on my list for June was that the Knicks won the NBA, the basketball tournament, right? That's indisputable. They won, right? It's not gray. They won. And so when I talk about things on my list, it's just that. The Knicks won the playoffs. Knicks are the NBA championships. And that's all I say. I don't say whether I like them, I don't like them, whether I wish somebody else won. I'm not saying whether I don't like New York or I like New York or I like the players. It's just the facts. And so in the chat, if you are talking about news in the chat, I ask you to do the same thing. News only, just the facts. It's not opinion. You're not going to say, oh, I don't like the Knicks coach and New York's a horrible place, or, whoever they played should have won instead, whatever it is. We don't, especially when it comes to news, nobody wants to come here for that. Nobody wants opinion about the news, because the news can be very polarizing. Even sports news, right, can be very polarizing. So that's what we all agree to, is that I'm giving you just the facts on my list as I'm talking, and then if you guys are chatting it up in the chat, you are just talking about the facts as well. Okay. So a couple of ways that I have found to make this list easier for me to do, especially now we're doing May and June, and it is the end of July, right? So it's probably hard to remember some of those things. I have a running list on my phone that anytime something happens in the news, I open up that note on my phone and I add it. So then it makes it much easier when I sit down to get ready for our listing session. Then all I do is pull off of my phone and write it in my workbook. There is also a PDF that I put together, and it is on the blog post. Anytime we do an in the news list, it is part of that blog post. I have put together a different list of sources, news sources, and they are right to left to center, right? Because doesn't matter where we get our news, well, it does matter where we get our news, right? Yes, it does matter where we get our news. You shouldn't be asking the little kid on the corner what's happening on the news. But what I mean when I say it doesn't matter, it does not matter which particular source I'm getting my news from or you're getting your news from, whether it's left, right, or center, but there is an assortment on there. Usually what I do is I sign up for different emails, free emails, and I get either weekly or daily a recap of the news, and then I briefly look at those, and then whatever it is, I write it on my list and in my phone, and then go on. So you can see that with today's blog post. All right, so inspiration for this list. I am drawing inspiration from one of the creative team members, from a spread that she recently did. I just need to find it. Oh, Reggie. Oh, Reggie is laying on all those papers on the floor. So I just love that. I love that for us. I love that for that stack of paper later that's going to have a whole bunch of things on it that will be difficult to use maybe. Oh, there we go. Mary said I like to screenshot from my Instagram feed for the news headlines. Absolutely, right? Just the facts, ma'am. Amy included a link to the blog news to that PDF if you want to download it. Pam, I think sometimes we should ask the little kids for the news, as we might get some good stuff from them, right? Right? Kids say the darndest things. Remember that show? Kids say the darndest things. Janaea, I just have a running note on my phone where anytime something newsworthy comes up that hits my radar, I put it on there so that when we sit down to do this list, then I found it's very difficult to try to go back at the end of a month and try to figure out what the news events were. That is That's harder to do. All right, so I just need to find, I have everything organized, or so I thought. Oh, there it is. I just couldn't see it. All right, so for this list, sometimes I do a double page spread for 1 month. And sometimes I end up doing a spread for, where is that? Hang on. Hold please while I find this. Where? So a whole bunch of my traveler's notebooks got shipped to Amy for photography for the idea book. And now, where are they? I don't know. There's one missing here somewhere. Oh, here's an example. So here's an example from January where it is one spread for 1 month. And then I have also done them where I double up, where I do a spread for 2 months. And I have no clue where that one is. So we'll just know that sometimes it's one, sometimes two. So this is going to be a 2-page spread. I'm going to do May on one side, June on the other side. Let's see. Okay. This, I was very inspired by this Traveler's Notebook spread that Jessica Michaels did. And she had shared with us before that she has a Traveler's Notebook insert that she is using for the parks that she visits with her kids. Now, these aren't national parks. These are just parks like in their town. And she has a goal this summer to do a certain number of parks. And so she used a whole bunch of different things here. But kind of what I was inspired by 2 things on this spread. Number one, I was inspired by her block of photos in the center. And then I was also inspired by her use of the About Last Month stamp set. So normally I use the About Last Month stamp set for my About Last Month list, right? So like this, that was June 2026 About Last Month, and there was my list. But what she did, she was basically using this as a really big kind of date stamp, right? This was June 19th. This was the 8th park that they'd gone to. And in that little space below on that stamp set, she put the name of the park. Sayers Dam Park, Blackie Park. And I thought, you know what? That could be a really fun thing to do for in the news and using it kind of as a little bit of a date stamp, if you will. So that's my plan. That is my plan, inspired by her list. So on the blog, you have tons of posts from the creative team on the projects that they have done, and they walk you through what they used and how they did it. You can see more photos, but you can also see on the product side of the website. So when you go to shop, if you looked at the About Last Month stamp set, you would see this as well, because she used that stamp in putting together this project. So we talk about lots of inspiration. You have the idea book inspiration that we do every year. You have the free sketches that Becky does for all of our collections and season pass, and then you have the projects that the design team does. So it's you've got a really good cross section of inspiration for the products, for Layle by Mail products. All right, so because I'm doing 2 months here, oopsie, we are here, not there, we're here. Because we're doing 2 months, I'm going to do one on each page. And I grabbed this, the 2026 About Last Month stamp set, because we said we knew we wanted to use that in some form of that. I've also pulled out the 3 in the news stamp sets, because I'm not quite sure what I'll end up using. And then I've also pulled out the month by month stamps for the months of May and June. And I also pulled out the month by month sticker book. So if stamping isn't your thing, you have those in stickers as well. So I will end up using these stamps, but that's also an option, that sticker book. Okay, so to start, we always do this. There will be no pattern paper on this list. It's going to be photos and words and stamps. Do my little outline here. Okay. So let's start with photos, just so we can get a feel for placement. Well, if I need this, it's still on the printer upstairs. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer for the majority of the photos that I use. Unless it's something like this, where I need a much larger photo like that, that I use a different Epson printer. But for the most part, the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, it prints 4x6s, 3.5x5s, and 5x7s, all in the same little printer that's about this big. It is a power horse. The ink quality is amazing. The print quality is amazing. As is the free app that you can use with it, which is the Epson Creative Print app. There are some things that you can do in that Epson Creative Print app that are amazing. There is a free class out here on my website on how to use that app. And it's not like how to set it up and how to print a picture. It's more how to use all the really cool bells and whistles that are part of that printer via the app. One of those is being able to print photos with multiple photos on them. All right, so that's using the Epson Creative Print app. It has pre-configured templates. So you go in the app, you pick what template you want, and then you add your photos to it. So this is a pre-configured template. I did not put any photos. There was a square one here and a square one here. I didn't put anything there because if I put something there, I wouldn't have room on my spread, right? If I put anything there. So I just didn't put anything there. This is a 5x7. Well, really a 7x5, right? That's a 7x5. And after I printed that first one out, I thought, you know what? That's probably still too wide. So I also printed it in a 4x6. And I think the 4x6 is going to be a much better fit for me. Again, too wide, so I won't use that. Now, what's nice about pre-configured templates like that is that in this case, I'm just going to use it. Hang on, let me grab. So funny, I don't know why Reggie's not in his bucket. He's just now under a table. So I am going to use it like this. Whoopsie. I'm going to use it like that. But if you've ever wanted to have one of those little teeny printers that gets you little tiny prints, you can use the same printer. Even though it doesn't make you little tiny prints, you just now take that and cut up your little tiny prints. All right. So there's that and there's that. And I need two of these, right? Because I have one for May and one for June. And there's all different kinds of pre-configured templates like that. So if this is going to go in the center here, then this will go, I don't know. I think we better start with our little stamped block up here first, and then we will go from there because I needed to gauge how much room I'd like. But I'm thinking maybe I might do something like this where I don't know. I kind of don't want them to be side by side like that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, yes. Let's talk about the rest of that because I think there's some questions. Those circles she punched from the far and wide pattern paper. That's really cool too, right? Grab your little punches out. Even if you did little squares, you wouldn't even have to use a punch. You could use a trimmer and make little squares, or you could wait and see what punch we have coming, because we have a punch coming out. Wait till you see it. Very exciting stuff. It's coming. It's on the water right now. It's coming from China. We have a huge order coming from China, so it's somewhere on the water. That's why I can't tell you what's coming when. I can't tell you what we're releasing when, other than we already have all 4 new paper collections. Those are already in here and ready to go. All right, so we're going to use that up there. What I thought was really cool about what she did here, I liked how she was numbering her visits to the park. I thought that was kind of cool. And although we won't be numbering, although we could say NO5 for May and NO6 for June, what I thought might be kind of fun would be to maybe, oh, that's July. Why do I have July? Oh, there we go. I know, I had July out in case I wanted to use it for glimmers. I almost totally messed that up. All right, so let's come over here. We could take we could take the stamp out. Come on, there we go. We could take the stamp out. We could do something like this over here, or we could just do this guy. So I think I like this one better. If we do a little 05 right here and then make our block right there. Oh yeah, I like that because it's all kind of the same height, right? This is very well loved. You can see I've used that a ton. And then I thought what I would do is I think we can make one of our in the news, like that could fit probably right in there. A little bit too long. All right, so we could do breaking news. Oh yeah, breaking news. Breaking news fits perfectly in there. So we'll add breaking news there. All right, let's figure out colors. Now this was totally not planned. How interesting. Both photos, look at, you have yellow in both photos, May and June. You have red and blue in both photos. So what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Maybe we do that in yellow. Let's see. And then we get out a red and a blue. Red and a blue, it's probably going to look like, it'll probably look totally like 4th of July. It just makes it a little bit harder. Maybe we just pick a different blue. Let's get our ink swatches out. So hi Marilee. She said, it's nice to see you struggle removing the stamps. So let's talk about what I did there. I sometimes don't talk about things that I'm doing. So I store all of my stamps in our stamp storage sleeves. That is a 4x6 stamp storage sleeves. We have 3x4, 4x6, 5x7, and 6x8. So you'll notice I had a piece of white cardstock behind May, just like this. And I store all mine with a piece of white cardstock in there. You could also store it with the backer and from the packaging. But the reason I do that is with your stamps, that's plastic. The backside is plastic. Plastic and plastic tends to like to stick together. So your stamp in the stamp sleeve wants to stick when you try to pull it out. So that's when I just grab my little piece of white cardstock, pull it out from the back, put it into the front. So when I put it into the front, it is breaking that plastic on plastic, right? It's just helping to release that. And then that slides right out. All right, so that is, they will stick though. If you just store them like that, I mean, that's just plastic on plastic, and over time it will stick, and then you might, struggle to get it out. That's why I put that behind it. All right, so color-wise, let's start with our blue. If we used Mermaid Lagoon, I think we could use Mermaid Lagoon, right? I mean, or maybe Salty Ocean. I think Salty Ocean's better. That won't make it look so like red, white, and blue 4th of July-y. Salty Ocean. Where are you? Salty Ocean. And then a red. A red. Let's see, what red do we want to use? Crackling Campfires, 2 orange. Candied Apple, Barn Door. I mean, what about Festive Berries? Let's go with Festive Berries. I mean, in that case, there's a bunch of different reds there, so it's probably not really going to matter. Festive Berries. And I wonder if we could use, let's try maybe mustard seed. Let's see if mustard seed. Mustard seed's usually pretty bright. Right. Hydrate. Virginia said I usually keep mine in the original package. Absolutely. You don't have to keep, you don't have to use an extra product. You don't have to use a stamp storage sleeve. I use the stamp storage sleeves because I use my stamps so much that going in and out of the package, the package ends up, ripping. That little bag. Okay, red, orange, yellow. Let's find it. Mustard seed. Mustard seed. I think it's going to be mustard seed. Squeezed lemonade is a little bit harder to see. It probably goes a little bit better, but it's really difficult to see when you're stamping. So mustard seed or fossilized amber. We're going to go with mustard seed. I don't use mustard seed often. And I think I should do... All right, we're going to have to play with this a little bit to see what we think we would like that to be on, or what color we'd like for that, because we have our little, let's see, we have our grid, which is one color. So we've got our little grid. And then we have this thing in here that's going to say in the news. And then we have, I was going to put an icon there, and we were going to put May there. And then 2026 is already there, right? Oh, that's not there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. I think we should go with, maybe we should go with our grid in black. And in that way, it'll just kind of anchor it. Too many choices, right? Okay. If we do that in black, then I feel like maybe mustard seed would be good to use for May, just because it is, it's probably the most solid thing we're going to have. Let's look. That work? Another nice thing about testing is when you're doing a kind of a multi-stamped process like this, you're using multiple stamps, that you can kind of test it and see what you like and what you don't like together. I don't know. I don't think I like the black. I think that black there is too much. I can already tell. So we're not going to do the black there. Let's clean that off. Well, let's clean it off. If you can, clean your stamps right away. Don't let them sit overnight. It's like the dishes in your sink after dinner. If you clean them off right away, they clean easily. If you leave, whoops, why did I take that off? If you leave them overnight, you got to use a little elbow grease. So maybe we should do the blue. Too many options. That black just looked way too heavy. Oh, I know another option, maybe. Maybe if we don't want to do this one, we could go with, yeah, that will make it definitely not as heavy. Let's just do that. Let's just do it. Okay, so we're going to bring this back in, move this, shuffle this, move this over here, grab our pencil board, and put it underneath. Get that nice and inked up again. Oopsie, make sure that that's over the top, or else I would have just had a pretty good problem there. Oh, we need to go a little bit over the side because our 5 is going to go over. Oh no! Uh-oh. All right, well, we're gonna make that work, aren't we? We're gonna have to, okay, we're gonna make it work this way. Yikes. Well, it's not ideal, but it is what it is. I know, I was thinking same thing, Amy. That's funny you said that. A gray would be a nice neutral. So do we see what we just had to do there? Oh, I didn't even do it well. Look, I was thinking I was going to just put that right over the... Oh, well. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Sometimes things don't work out perfectly. And that doesn't mean that we have to start over, because I'm certainly not starting over. What did I just do? Oh. Does anyone see my 5? You guys can usually see it better than I can. What did I do with my 5? Oh, here it is, over here. That's usually why I have this little thing. So when I take stamps out, I put them there. All right, we need a different stamping block now. 5 is your number. Is that your favorite number? And then over here, I think we can do black, right? I think we can do black over there. Let's try it. Remember when we talked about having our multi-stamped, layered stamp process, we can also test it to see. Oh, I think that will be fun. 05 May. So this will go right here. Okay. Okay. We're going to do this for May. Right there. Okay. And then I think we will do breaking news in red. Breaking news. Virginia, your birthday is 5151. Oh, I love that. 5151. Hi, Serenity. Yeah, Serenity said, I think you should do the stamp pattern on the top of one page and the bottom of another. I agree, because otherwise, yeah, we'll see what happens when we get over there. We shall see what happens when we get over there. All right. Breaking news. And I've got all my, actually I can clean this one out. We don't need this guy. Let's get that away. Oh, a texture. Oh, I just remembered. Gosh darn it. Ah. Speaking of texture stamps, so this is funny. When you look at my sketches on my, see, look, that looks just like our Glimmers one. And that looks just like, except no hearts over there. But do you see my little hatch marks? I was going to do the textures grid before I put down those little hearts, and I totally forgot. Yeah, I think if I put the texture over it now, it would probably be a little like afterthoughty. Afterthoughty, that's the word. Did you know that? Afterthoughty? Okay, breaking news. Nope, that won't work. Probably, let's see, this one? We'll just go with this one. It's not, it's right size as it's going to get with what I have. And then we think we're going to do red there. I don't know, red might be too much. Actually, I think red's going to be too much. So I'm going to use, I think I'm going to put the blue there. And then we'll do, I'll show you where we'll use the red, because the red's kind of like screaming. The red just seems like, ah! And sometimes that's what the news feels like, doesn't it? It most certainly does. Oh, that's perfect. That's like it was made for that. It was not made for that, but it could have been. That's from the OG. Well, it's not called the OG, but that's the original breaking news. That's the original in the news stamp set, the very first one. That was one of the first, probably one of the first 5 stamp sets that we did. Was the breaking news in the news. Okay. Interesting. Hang on. I can see, is that better? Okay. I could see that the E didn't have enough ink on it. It still doesn't. Maybe. Maybe it just looks weird through there. I'll press a little bit harder. Breaking news. Oh yeah. So then what I thought I would do, we're going to have a little red. Just a little red though. Not as much red as we think we might want. So the red, we are going to find something to fit right there. An icon. An icon. What about, let's see, from in the news too. Maybe this little newspaper? Yes, that newspaper will be perfect. So you have a number of different icons. There's a newspaper, a news, a typewriter, a phone or a tablet, a computer, TV, all those things. But we're going to use this guy, the little newspaper, where probably none of us get our news from anymore. I don't get my news from, I don't know, I haven't got my news from a newspaper in years. Nick used to get the New York Times Sunday edition sent. And then also our local paper, the Salt Lake Tribune, for years and years and years. Like if you asked our boys, like what's something that they remember about Dad, and they would say, oh yeah, reading the paper. All right, and then I think we can do 2026 right up there. And then it will be, so it's the red's not as in your face, right? I'm using like all the stamp blocks. I know that I'm going to use all those again. So, ooh, okay, let's look at that because it's doing something funny, I can tell. So sometimes this will happen. Do you see how it's been conditioned? I've used that a bunch of times, but do you see how it's really splotchy, like it looks like it hasn't been conditioned? When that happens, I just clean it off really well and then dry it really well. And remember, we want to dry it right away or before we put our ink on it again, because we don't want any moisture or water on that stamp to react with the ink, because it's a water reactive ink, pigment-based ink. Let's see if that's any better. Sometimes you just get weird pooling on your stamps. That's better. All right, you see the difference? Even though we'd already conditioned that. I mean, I've used this stamp set probably 12 times. No, probably 18 times at least, from when I did the class and did the samples for every month, and then as much time as we've used it. But so if you've conditioned it and you've had it for a while and it starts doing that, just clean it really well and then start over. Okay. That yellow helps to make it look a little bit less 4th of July-y, right? Don't you think? Okay, so this is going to go right here. And then I'm just going to write below, right? I'll just write below whatever happened. Now, I have more things on my list that happened than there's room for. Or no, than I have photos for. Sorry. I loved how Jessica used a photo like that on her. I just thought that was so fun. Just her little photos like that. All right, so now let's look at this other side. Because really, what would happen here, I mean, if this went up here, this could go down here and my writing could go there. Or I feel like what I should do, I think it would be weird with my writing. No, actually, my writing does need to go there. Or we'd end up with writing on the both, right? If we really want to vary it. So let's go ahead and add this down. All right, this is going to go down here, right? And then, nope, what did I just do? No, Layle? Oh. So this is what I'm going to have to do. I am nervous now that I've set that down because there will be some residue from the adhesive on there. So I am going to put my title here and I'll do my writing there, I guess, right? It's just is what it is. It's going to be what it is. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nobody panic. Some of you are probably screaming at me through your keyboard. Stop, stop, stop. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do you guys normally do an in the news list with me?
How much longer are you going?
We're almost done. I know, I have a huge list of things to do before, yes, because we're having people over tonight. I know, look at that, Nick, that's his way. How much longer are you going to be? That's his way of saying, hello. Let's see, this needs to go probably about right there. Hello, honey. Okay, yeah, that looks way better when I don't have the big blob on there when I dropped it, huh? One of the things is I got to clean this room up. Oh, and now we need our breaking news again. I did already clean it up this week, though. Twice. Okay, breaking news. All right. All right, all right, all right. Virginia said, not with you, but I do it. Sometimes we don't want to remember the news, right? Sometimes, well, let's be honest. A lot of times it's a little much. A lot of times it's a lot much. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I feel, you know what? We could do a different, I think we'll do a different icon. We're going to do this little radio tower icon on this guy. That'll be a little bit different. Okay. Now I'm just trying to, I'm like, I gotta go. But I have to finish. Because if I don't finish it, then you know when it gets finished is when it's last minute and Amy's like, hey, I need you to mail those to me so I can photograph them for the idea book. And I'm like, oh shoot, I'm not done with that list. May, June. Okay. When it comes to photos, so my in the news lists pretty much always have photos. I just go to Google, like this morning. I transferred all the things that were on my on the list on my phone and my notes to my workbook, and then start Googling and find photos, save them in my camera roll, and then bring up that Epson Creative Print app and pop them in the template, and there you go. It looks very primary-y, right? Primary colors. Sometimes it's hard though, because sometimes you might want to use pink and green and purple and really bright colors on the news, and it's like, sometimes it feels like that just doesn't go together. So whatever, use what you want. Use what you have, use what you want. I'm going to have inky fingers for tonight. When, I don't know, we had gone, Nick and I a couple of years ago had gone to a, like the parade of, not parade of homes, like a home show. You know, when you go to the home show and they have all the booths there, and Nick was talking to some guy at one of the booths about, I don't know, some kind of something for our house. I don't remember what it was. And there was another guy in the booth, and he looks at my hands, because it was a Saturday after our listing, and he looks at my hands and he goes, oh, you have all that stuff on your hands. And I said, yeah. And he goes, are you an artist? And I'm like, I would not say yes to that question. I'm like, oh, and then he's like, well, what do you do? Why do you have ink on your hands? And I'm like, that's kind of a hard one. It's really hard to explain, like creative listing to somebody. And then if they see scrapbooking, because it's not really I don't know. That's always just a hard question that a question that's sometimes hard to answer. All right, look, same thing again. When I first used that, really splotchy, cleaned it and started over, and then it's fine. So it's not the stamp, it's not you. Well, it's just something, right? It's something. There's our little radio tower radioing out our news. I would say of all the layouts, of all the spreads that I do, that if I had to rank them, I would say my in the news are always probably my least favorite. And you know why? It's probably because I'm always using lots of primary colors and no pattern paper, because it always seems like pattern paper doesn't go with it. All right, so that was May. Now we need June. Okay, let me find June. Where? Oh, here it is. June. Daphne's Diary. Oh, wait. Daphne's Diary. It's a magazine, yeah? That sounds like it might be cool. Yeah, magazines are kind of a thing of the past, huh? That would be a luxury, wouldn't it? A magazine. I don't know. There's certain things like I always felt like buying a magazine, like a print magazine, was a luxury. And then we'll be in the home stretch. Okay, so now what I feel like I need to do, I really feel like I need some kind of divider or separator, a visual separator. So let me grab that between, before I start writing. So let me look and see where those would be. They are over here. I'm still talking to you, so you know I'm here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Not in a stamp storage sleeve yet. So, list builder dividers, that's what those are. That's what they're meant for. That's how I use them primarily, is to just draw like a visual separator between, in this case, title and this, and then below here. So let's see what we want to use. I will purposefully not use the stars just because I think that would make it look very 4th of July-y. What if we use, maybe we use this little guy. Maybe we just use the little dots. How about the dots? With these, some of these are pretty narrow. So, will you notice, probably, when I am getting my stamp onto my stamping block, that I don't pick the stamp up and put it on. I put the stamp on my work surface and then pick it up. I find that is much easier way to, a much easier way to get a nice straight stamp on your stamping block. Especially when it's something like this, it's really long and narrow. It's very difficult to place that on your stamping block to get it straight if you're placing with your fingers. So maybe this is where we use mustard seed again. But there's something I want to show you, because this is going to be way too long or way too wide, right? If it's, actually it's not bad. I think we'll go ahead and do it. I was going to mask part of it off. But we're just going to go ahead. If I needed to mask part of it off, I would just mask part of it off. Grab a little sticky note and put it right, maybe right there. It's just a titch long. I'm just going to test it over here really quick. You can tell I'm trying to hurry now. Something's going to go wrong. When you try to hurry, right? Things go wrong. All right, so, oops, you can't move that. Can I? Oh, I need to move this because I need to be like right on top of it and I can't see it very well. So if we go right here, let's go right here. Right about here. Boop. And then we will do it over. Who says that? Someone says boop. I don't know. Okay. Here's the thing, if you're buying magazines like that, you know, it's really fun to buy them and look at them and read them and touch them and feel them and have something physical like that. When you're done with it, you can put it on a shelf or whatever you would do with it, or you could cut it apart and use it for your junk journaling. All right, there we go. So there are my little dividers. So just super subtle, right? But that will be enough of a visual separation between that when I start making my list. Okay. Virginia said that placement is about the time my hand would shake. And then you know what? That's when something that might have made it a little bit easier is if I was worried about that, I could have practiced a little bit more on the paper, or I also could have put a clip up here to help kind of hold it open. That made a little bit easier. But really, it's probably just practice. It's just practice and probably comfort level, right? All right. So let's get ready for our list. Oh gosh, we need one more. We need one little bullet. Let's use this guy. We'll just use the star. The star will be fine here. We'll use the star bullet stamp since it's here. It's on in the News 3, but it's on bullets and more. Any of the bullet stamps too have some sort of star, but that's just easy because it's there. That is our right size stamping block. That one is the stamping stylus. So that works for your little tiny guys, and that is what we will use to separate the things on our list. So, what happened in May? Let's go over here. Let's see what I have room for, right? These are just things that crossed my radar. They may not have hit your radar. Crossed my radar. That is a mix of two cliches, I think. They may not have hit your radar, but they hit my radar. We probably would have totally different in the news list, especially based on what country we live in, right? So, Cherie DeVoe. Cherie DeVoe was the first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. That was pretty cool, I thought. That was a big thing. That was a big deal, right? I mean, okay, sorry. I said I wasn't going to give any commentary. Bad, Layle. Bad, bad, bad. The fact is that Cherie DeVoe was the first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. Fact. All right, next up. Spirit Airlines shut down. Right? Spirit Airlines, gone. Fact. After they failed to secure a $500 million government bailout. They shut down. Next up, Ted Turner passed away. And Kyle Busch, NASCAR. Okay. Next up, we have Stephen Colbert. Ended 11-year run as Late Show host. All right, we just have room for a little bit more here. So there are things that are on my list that will not make the cut. Let's see what else I have. I have Stephen Colbert, gas above 450, Trump first presidential visit to China in a decade. I have that photo. Honda posted their first annual loss since 1957, and they didn't even have a loss in 1957. That's just when Honda was established. So that's a big deal. 70 years. All right, so that is our list over here, and we have our list over here. And our list over here is, we'll start it right there. For the month of June, let's see, the Carolina Panthers. Hey, Nick? Are they called the Carolina Panthers or the North Carolina Panthers?
What?
Are they called the Carolina Panthers or the North Carolina Panthers? Carolina Panthers, that's what I thought. The Carolina Panthers. So are they both North and South then? I think they're North. Carolina Panthers won the Stanley Cup Finals. They won the Stanley Cup. It's probably not the Stanley Cup Finals, but we know what I mean. The New York Knicks won. Whoopsie, Knicks. K-N-I-C-K. Oopsie. Nick on the mind, I guess. New York Knicks won the NBA Finals. Oh my gosh. Not the Panthers, Hurricanes. Oh my gosh. It's the Florida Panthers, isn't it? It's the Florida Panthers. Nick, that's on you.
What?
That's on you. I wrote the Panthers. Oh, he's good. He's
in anger mode right now at Best Buy. So
okay. All right. Okay.
I'm not paying attention to anything you're doing.
Okay, I know.
I need your help though.
You need my help? Can
Yeah.
you give me 2 minutes? I'm almost done. Okay, yes. Panthers. Sorry, friends. It's the Florida Panthers, right? It's the Florida Panthers. Carolina Panthers is a football team. Oh my gosh. And it's the Florida Panthers, isn't it? The Florida Panther. I don't even know. That's okay. I can fix it later. I'll come back in with my little white gel pen. I'll write over it. You'll never know. We'll put in Hurricanes. It's our little secret. No one's ever going to know. Okay. Let's see. We have, oh yes, SpaceX. SpaceX. IPO. Raises. $85.7 billion. Billion. Oh my gosh, I'm going too fast. Which made Elon Musk trillionaire. That is a lot of money. That is a fact. That is a lot of money. All right. What else do I have on here? Alan Greenspan. Passed. He is the former Federal Reserve Chair. But I won't put that. I should have been paying attention. I was going too fast. I should have been paying attention to the chat. You guys would have told me. There was a 7.0 earthquake in Venezuela. And I think that's probably all I have room for, because that's the end. So, next, Hurricane, Elon Musk, Lionel Messi. He broke a record for the most goals in the World Cup. And then Argentina. And then we saw those. Right, my friends. So, I'm going to put this like this. I'm going to flip the camera. Nick is working on some electronic things with the TV and the anyhow. He's very frustrated. So he needs my help. He needs my help. So I gotta go help. So we are done. That was fun, you guys. That was a fun way to spend a Saturday, or portion of a Saturday. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've done our listing together. It's been a month. So let's quickly talk about the listing schedule for August. I am out of town next weekend teaching at an event. So we will be listing the 8th and then the 15th. 8th, I think. 8th and the 15th. And the following weekend, I think the 22nd, I am out of town for a wedding, and then we'll be together the end of April. So, end of August. Easiest way to know when we're listing is to subscribe to my emails, because the listing schedule is always at the bottom of all the emails. And then when we're getting ready to list, I send out an email. Monday night, we are doing the August Traveler's Notebook Setup class. That's a free class here on my YouTube channel. That is Monday the 27th at 5:30 p.m. And then next Friday, July 31st, we have the release of the Moonlit Manor, or Halloween collection. Releases Friday, July 31st. And then I will still be out of town. So that following week, probably on a Tuesday, which I think is August 2nd, I will do a live. I'll do a live here on my YouTube channel where I do the full reveal and show you all the product and stuff like that. Yes, Leah's Plans. It's Monday. And an email went out yesterday. No, Thursday. Thursday or Friday. You would have received it Thursday or Friday. But yes, there's information in the email about it, or go to laylebymail.com and click on free classes. That free class is there. Add that to your cart and check out for free, and then I'll send you the information for the class. All right, my friends, I think that is all. That was like really condensed at the end. So let me go help Nick. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. If I don't see you Monday, then I hope to see you either the following week for the live for the Moonlit Manor reveal, or on our next listing session on August 8th. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.